Hey there, friends. I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta, and yeah, welcome to this Westpac weather episode here. We're continuing to stream along here with you, and just going to go through and talk about the latest forecast here from the Japan Meteorological Agency, JDWC, some of the inflow coming in behind this storm system. We're going to continue to stream live throughout the day here, but going to be on and off between just kind of looping through the graphics and kind of what we got going on. But number one thing, and let's start it off with this. Typhoon Jangmi continuing to approach the... Oh, one second. I'm going to hit record on this so I can upload this separately. Typhoon Jangmi is approaching the southern Japanese islands. A very large wind field on this. The core of this storm really wrapped up just as we expected, as this big monsoonal gyre type looked. A very kind of donut looking shape here on the satellite imagery as of about 4:30 in the morning, or about 5:30, excuse me, Japan time. That's what we're looking at right here on the radar. This is lifting off towards the north. We've already had some rain bands move through, and according to JMA, actually see here 25 meters per second, just over 50-mile-per-hour winds being reported there into Naha as of about 5:30 a.m. But the core of the storm, at least the worst of the weather, is still just offshore, and it's expected to peak as we go ahead through about midday into the afternoon hours. JMA is looking right around about 3 p.m. I think you could be looking at some of that weather even maybe a bit earlier than that, because if we take a look at the radar, as of about 5 a.m., you know, we got that core of the storm, the center well offshore, but it's these bands in here that are really going to be packing those higher winds. The worst of it coming in from the east, so the east coast of Okinawa going to be seeing the worst of that weather out here after it pushes on by. Taking a look at the HWRF high resolution model, kind of see it tracking just basically right over Okinawa. But you see here, this is by noontime. Naha seeing some of the worst of the weather, so about noon to 4 p.m. So right there between 3 and 6Z, that is when central areas of the island, including our friends out there, a lot of the military bases, are going to get the typhoon strength winds. Those winds up and over 50 knots, over 120 kilometers per hour. Typhoon strength here as it kicks on by and heads off here towards the north. Now, the good news, since this is starting to kind of get a lot of dry air wrapping in the backside of it, the backside's still going to be windy as we go ahead to about midnight, after midnight. Actually, there's going to be a very big lull of lacking of winds through the evening. The winds are going to drastically drop off here because this big donut eye that's lacking any gradient will be passing right over the island. It's not until about midnight that we see the backside and those winds kind of back up here as this storm heads off towards the north, and it impacts the Amami Islands as well. So, taking a look at the broader satellite picture, big donut shape on this storm system. Got a lot of inflow coming behind it, impacting the Philippines. Want to stress that as well. But really, the leading edge of it here on the satellite imagery, that's what's impacting Okinawa and the southern Japanese islands as it kicks on by as a typhoon right there. 120 kilometer per hour winds are possible. That is 65 knots, 74 miles per hour. Now is Core 1's already in place, and I think Core 1 emergency manager wrote me, said it was going to be in place as of 5 a.m. this morning. Basically, you got to be inside. Ride that one out if you're military out there. You notice this is skirting along the coastline, and even places like by Wednesday evening, like Tokyo, are going to be looking at messy weather too with this storm system. I want to stress, but I've been pointing out Okinawa the most because I know a lot of you are watching from there. 1, 2, also, you're going to be seeing the worst that this storm system has to offer here. This is the latest time frame from JMA, their forecast, but I think that's even a little bit later than what we're actually going to see the worst of those bandings. Likely going to be around 3 o'clock. It's going to be the peak of it through that afternoon. Heading into the evening, we get a little bit of a lull, and then it's going to improve quickly overnight heading into Tuesday. The back side of this, it really drastically improving conditions with that dry air. Peak winds are going to be coming in from the south and east. Just want to continue to relay that. If you're on the west coast of Okinawa, you're going to be seeing a lot less of the worst of the conditions here than on the east coast. West coast is going to see a lot less of the high winds as the east coast is going to be seeing. It's just a matter of where you're kind of getting a little bit of shelter from that easterly flow. Then this runs off towards the east, though, impacting a good portion of central areas of Honshu. Heavy rainfall out there, and also going to be looking at even the threat of flooding and some mudslides in some of those kind of steeper elevations along the coast here, places just outside of Nagoya, Osaka, and yes, also out there towards the Kanto Plain. But I think the big thing is those typhoon conditions still likely here across the southern Japanese islands. So once again, I just want to stress, if you're military out there, follow what the emergency officials are saying. Listen to those warnings coming across on your phone via JMA, and remember, I'm not an official agency here by any means. I just want to try to relay what they are saying. Make sure you're staying safe out here as well. All right, in the broader picture, as this storm system moves towards the north, inflow coming in behind it, creating flooding rains across northwestern Luzon, especially as we go ahead through midweek. I think we could be looking at tropical storm type conditions into Region 1, from Subic all the way back there towards La Union into Ilocos Norte for our friends in the Philippines. You're going to be looking at some serious inflow coming in behind this, and that's going to be adding up the water levels into like the Abra River, the Marikina River, if we're talking about out here across the NCR. Water levels are going to be going up. I know we're wrapping up the dry season, so you need the rain, but too much in a short period of time can cause issues. Not to mention, we have an area of low pressure that is developing here, but it could become a tropical system, but I think the big thing is just embedded in the monsoon. So it's really may not be a full-fledged named storm, or if it is, it's not going to be your classic look, but it's going to create a tight pressure gradient. So you could be looking at tropical storm strike type winds into parts of Region 1 on the west coast here as a tight pressure gradient pushes onshore, increasing showers across the Cordillera Mountains. Flooding in places like Baguio, the roads going up to Baguio, are going to be a big issue there due to this secondary system forming off of the monsoon, which is in the tail end of Jangmi. It is all connected here, and it's why I'm kind of putting this all together in the same video. But the monsoon churning on out here, technically not the start of the rainy season yet. You have to get like 5 days of continued rainfall at certain sites out here. But yeah, it's going to rain, and there could be spots seeing 300 to 500 millimeters of total rainfall along the western coastline here. Already heavy rainfall warnings have been issued by Bagasa. Make sure you're following along with them to make sure you're kind of staying safe here, getting the latest information. But I do think we're going to have at least flooding in the NCR, especially those long areas. Unfortunately, the poorest areas of the NCR are those flood-prone spots, and those are going to be the most vulnerable people with this storm system as it impacts out here. But everybody across the Philippines is looking at rainfall, obviously, here as we take a look at the flyover. So yeah, going to continue to stream as well here on Westpac Weather. Also posting, chatting along with you on our live stream, so make sure you're following along. But the big thing with this one is that our storm system is nearing Okinawa in the southern Japanese islands and continuing to pull in that moisture from the southwest across the Philippines, specifically out here in Luzon. If you are new to the channel and you want to help out, check out the links down below. We have our Patreon as well as our YouTube members, and it truly does go a long way in helping to keep this channel running here and supporting the channel. I don't think we would be able to do what we do here if it wasn't for all of your support. So number one thing, of course, as always, is stay safe out there. If you are currently being impacted by this tropical system out here in Okinawa, let me know in the comment section down below. I truly would like to hear from you, like to hear some reports. But the worst of the weather, you know, it's just offshore. But that rain band just down towards the south increasing out here across Okinawa on your Monday morning. I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta. Stay safe out there. All right. I just recorded that video. I'm going to upload that separately on Facebook and on some of the Typhoon groups here. But number one thing is just going to continue to keep you all posted on what we got going on. Rio probably will join me later on. We're going to do kind of a little talk back and forth on this storm system. But I see we got a decent number of people on here watching right now. Of course, we're going to continue to keep you posted. Right now, though, I'm going to go back to just playing a little of the music, but if you have any questions or anything like that, I can obviously jump on, talk to you a little bit, and we're going to continue to check in on this. I know the winds are already picking up. As I mentioned there just a moment ago, over 50 mile per hour winds already reported in Naha as of 5 a.m. according to the Japan Meteorological Agency. That is via this graphic right here. Let me see if now I'm using Google Translate on this. See the translate, but I know where at least find this information. Naha 25.2. I believe that's about 55 meters per hour, 55 miles per hour. Notice though, this is a shy of the worst weather out here. I mean, look at this. The highest wind, highest wind ever recorded at this specific site in Naha City at the airport is 73.6 meters per second. That's like super typhoon type level. So what we're getting right now is a far cry from the worst that this island has ever seen. And it really, truly is, not to downplay a typhoon, it is an ugly storm system, a big broad donut of a wind field. Number one thing is just stay inside, ride it out. I think this is going to be done faster than you think as we go ahead through the evening hours. And then tonight, we're going to be in the center of the circulation. Like this big fat stupid ion it's such an ugly storm. It's going to be moving right over Okinawa, and you're going to be just kind of in this lull of the winds. You're going to go, where did the storm go? I guarantee I am going to hear that from people. So number one thing right now is be smart. And somebody just on here, Sharpshooter, said Okinawa, not bad. I agree with you. Right now, we are seeing some winds out here. And like I said, we've had gusts at the airport over 50 miles per hour already. But the core, and if we're talking about the worst of the weather, it is this banding, which is still offshore. So the worst of the weather's not there yet. Radar, we can clearly see some of these stronger bands right in here, but they're coming. And I think they're going to be arriving just after about 12 o'clock, so about noontime. Doesn't mean you go venture out right now, because when they do arrive, I guarantee the winds are going to pick up pretty quick, and we're going to get people on here going, oh, there's the storm. All right. Anyways, hi, Ja, the Ripper. I hope you're doing fantastic as well. See, we got a couple people jumping on here. It is currently 5:36 a.m. in Okinawa, 4:36 a.m. in the Philippines. We're tracking Typhoon Jangmi, also known as Domeng. I'm going to go ahead and upload the video I just recorded here. So right now, I'm going to put on the music. We're going to loop through some of these graphics, but I will still be here in the vicinity, so if you have any questions or anything, you chat amongst yourself. I would like to hear where you're watching from, maybe hear some of your reports as well as we continue to track this storm system. Also, don't forget, coming up here soon, videographer James Reynolds is also doing a live stream, so you can stream his video and my video at the same time. I think I'm going to put it up on a screen over here somewhere so I can watch it separately, but he's out there. Sharpshooter says, loving the coverage. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you being on here, and just the support here, guys. If you really want to hit that like button, subscribe, I would really appreciate it. Let me know where you're watching from too. Even the worst, because it's in the morning where people are asleep or waking up. Yeah, but I think the worst of the storm is going to be midday, here about noontime. So that's going to be kind of the worst of it as it kicks overhead. So, yeah, all right, I will be back. And, just continue to watch along here. Stay safe. We'll continue to keep you posted. The time is 5:56 a.m. in Japan here, 4:56 a.m. in the Philippines, and the latest look at satellite imagery here still has our storm system just towards the south, but it is making a beeline right towards Okinawa. Now, here's the thing, though. The low-level center is well offshore, but the worst of the weather is out ahead of it. This banding wrapping it around. You can see it right here. And current look, and this is actually out of a live stream, Banksy Ginowan. Go check out his channel right here, or his or hers channel. They've been moving the camera around here. I've been watching it. It's actually kind of interesting. Look at it. The sun is up out here. This is a live look. And, you know, the wind's picking up. You see some of the trees kind of blowing in the wind. We did have a max wind reported in Okinawa of 50 miles per hour so far, about 25 meters per second. But looks like just another day for the time being. Remember, this is a big fat wind field on it, and the worst of the storm system out ahead of this is expected to arrive, according to Jangmi, in their latest forecast, not until the evening. I think this time frame right here, they're showing 35 meters per second, which would be about 68 knots. They say 3. I think it's going to be closer to probably the noon to 6 o'clock time frame, just because of all the banding out ahead of this storm system. But for now, it's not here yet. I know there's probably some people waking up this morning and going, well, the meteorologist Robert Speta and all those stupid forecasters said Monday was going to be the day. Well, the storm still is offshore, friends. It is nearing the coast. Let's hit the refresh button on our radar. Make sure we got the latest kind of look on this as it loads up. Yeah, and some of these bands right here, I think when they do set in, they are going to kind of surprise people on the East Coast, and they are just offshore. Now, midday, when the actual low-level center passes, look at this big blob out here lacking in the radar. I think people are going to be surprised at how much there is nothing in that low-level center. The wind gradient is going to be very, very low as this gets further towards the north, and we're not going to be seeing much, if any, winds until later on tonight on the back side of the storm. It has a massive eye on it. Absolutely going to be absolute massive eye on this thing here. So yeah, with that said, we'll continue to keep you posted. But number one thing right now is stay safe. And I would say don't venture out already, even though you can see that live camera. It doesn't look too bad. Like, other people are out there, but the winds are picking up. And I think when that actual rain band does hit, it's going to come in pretty hard once it does finally arrive. So, of course, I'm going to continue to keep you posted, doing my best here, just to kind of talk about what we got going on right now. Not only here, but across the Philippines with the enhanced monsoon. I just posted a new video a few minutes ago on it as well. So we got, 15, 16 people on here this morning at 5 a.m. If you have any questions, post them there in the comment box. Number one thing right now, though, is we're going to continue to track the storm system as it nears. By the way, you see right here that monsoonal inflow on the back side of it. Really going to be one of the bigger issues for the Philippines. Heavy rainfall. Let's look at the big fat donut shape on this eye. I really can't stress enough how just awkward this storm system is. I think that's the best way to describe it. It's considered a Cat 1, but the core of it's not a traditional eye. It is a massive eye on this, and I think it's really more about how it's kind of a donut shape wrapped up in the monsoonal gyre. And not to toot my own horn, but I'm going to do it anyways. I said about 2 weeks ago when this was first developing that it would be a donut-shaped storm. Just based on how it was tapping into the early onset of the southwest monsoon. We see this all the time. So, yeah. Right now, though, those core conditions for our military friends are in place. Make sure you're staying smart, staying safe. I'm going to go back to some little lo-fi music here for you on your Monday morning. A lot of you probably have the day off if you're out here in Okinawa. So continue to track along here with me. Let me know what you're up to, what you're doing here as we continue to follow this storm system. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta. Be back. Hey, friends. So right now, actually, just going through and updating some graphics here. So that's what you're kind of seeing me do here. But I say we got some people watching right now, just listening along to the music. And right now, winds though. This is at Cat 1 Typhoon strength, just towards the south of Okinawa. It's currently 506, no 606. That is AM here in Japan. Currently, though, what I'm working on is some graphics to show the max winds on the island here. Yeah, because we've already had some winds up and over 50 miles per hour so far. I'm just trying to find my graphic that I have for that. Ports. There it is. Click. Load it up. So I'm going off of what we have here, and from JMA, currently 25 meters per second in Naha, which is just over 50 miles per hour. Nanjo City, also seeing that thus far. So let's I'm gonna go through and try to get some of the latest. Also, if you have any questions or anything, you guys are following along, let me know. I'll put the music back on here for you, but I'll answer if you have any questions or anything like that. Kind of a little behind the scenes. Hey there, friends. So I just got a question on here, and I kind of wanted to address it. Current time is 6:15 a.m. here in Okinawa, and actually we got a rain band kicking in right now. This is a live look from the YouTube channel Banksy Ginawan. So kind of probably an area a lot of you know about. I've seen some rain currently picking up where it was banned just towards the south of Okinawa's latest radar imagery, and kind of get a very good look at where Okinawa is and the heavier banding right in here. And I think this is going to increase the winds quite a bit. Tightest gradients just down towards the south, but that's kind of the initial onset. Max winds so far out here in Okinawa have been about 48 knots, so just 2 knots shy of justification for going into Core 1 emergency out here in Okinawa. Remember that Core 1 is issued when you get those winds over 50 knots. Make sure everybody's staying inside. Paul, no, not Paul, Micaiah Bonet in the comments here on our YouTube channel said, do you think there could be another storm after this one? We're in Okinawa and just wondering. So yeah, that's a good question, because if we take a look at the broader satellite imagery, we pull back the picture down towards our south and west, there's an area of convection and all part of this just monsoonal inflow. I mean, this is why we're calling it a monsoonal gyre. Big old ugly storm, all of this inflow. Well, there's kind of a little notch right in here that could spin up an area of low pressure. And for our friends in the Philippines, this is really important, because I think this storm system is going to bring some absolute nasty weather for our friends out there on the west coast of Luzon. Heavy rainfall, but you can kind of see this little notching. Now, if we go ahead into next Thursday, heading into Friday, you see this new low kind of developing by Friday and the Saturday, according to ECMWF. And yeah, it does take you right over Okinawa. It's some messy weather by next weekend, but here's the thing. I think this is going to be more of a monsoonal kind of broad low. A lot of rain, a lot of wind, not a typhoon. It just wouldn't be the type of setup for a typhoon by next weekend. And that's the ECMWF. We take a look at the GFS. It doesn't really even have that. It kind of brings up that surge of moisture, but not like a tighter storm system here. So the ECMWF being the more aggressive. Now, I do often trust the ECMWF more, but I think, and you know, JMA, if they wanted to name this, they could, but it would be kind of embedded in the southwest monsoon versus, you know, your kind of traditional developed storm system here. And this is just kind of another look at, we're talking about where this taps into that monsoonal flow all the way back to here. You see this low developing and kind of scoots off towards the north. So, Micaiah, I hope that answers your question. I know this guidance does look a little spooky here, because we got the first storm and then it tries to develop a second storm in the wake of that. But for now, I would worry about the storm at hand. Although next weekend, I think you can confidently say maybe we might not have, you know, another storm. But I think next weekend you can confidently say it's probably going to be a wash because of the increase in the rainfall from that overall monsoonal surge. Taking a look at the current max winds reported on the island, even though we have not into the core of the storm system just yet, it does go to illustrate the massive wind field we have out here, and already seeing winds gusting, according to the Japan Meteorological Agency, up to 48 knots in Naha. After moves on by, though, big rainmaker further towards the north. So, yeah, good question there. Roddy says hi. Thank you very much for jumping on here right now. And also, Lucky Nut, watching from Nashville, Tennessee. So, yeah, big thanks for everybody watching from overseas. I see we got a lot of people watching that may have family out here in Okinawa. Number one thing I can say is don't worry about them if they are in the military. Number one thing is, as long as they are being smart and staying inside and listen to the authorities, they should be A-okay. That's why they have the core systems that say you got to be inside. All non-essential personnel not allowed to even go outside until T-Core 1 recovery. So, yeah. And as we see here on our camera, of course, we're going to see cars driving around. Just like in the United States, you have people that are going to drive in the storm. And right now, it is still there's a guy rolling by on a moped. This, by the way, from Banksy Ginawan out here. He's got a live stream going on, and I would say go check out that channel if you want to see a live stream here. Leave this one on and put that one on. You can do them both. I like this. It gives you an idea of just how many people are still out there. This is another day in Ginawan out here in Okinawa. But big thing is, though, these winds are going to start to pick up pretty quickly as those bands begin to move on in. And already seeing winds that this is consistently sustained, 17 meters per second. So we're getting good, solid 30, 40 knots here on the southern portions of Okinawa, Honto, as those rain bands start to move in. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Answered a couple of your questions. We got about 20 people watching right now as people begin to wake up out here in Okinawa, tracking along. So I'm going to continue to put the music on. We'll relax here as the storm system moves overhead. I got some other graphics I want to update and have a little breakfast and a little coffee here with you on your Monday morning. I'm meteorologist Rod Spetta. Don't go anywhere. This is Western Pacific Weather's live stream of Typhoon Jangmi, also known as Domeng in the Philippines, as it nears the Okinawa Islands. It is currently 6:29 a.m. Hey, do want to give a shout out to Ryukyu Storm Watch. If you want to get a live look at Okinawa, specifically Kadena, a live view during the storm, check out this YouTube channel right here. They got a live stream going on it as well. Of course, I want you to stay here because I'm going to be jumping in, giving you some of the latest information, but you be like me and have multiple cameras open at the same time if you're tracking along, you're following with the latest what's happening out here with the storm. But yeah, that's a live view out of Kadena as we're starting to see some of these rain bands move in. In fact, taking a look at the latest radar out here. Hold on, I'll pull up the right one. I got multiple JMA tabs open, so I got to kind of go through and find the latest. You know, one thing I don't like about the JMA website, you literally have to hit refresh on it. But yeah, right here you can see I actually have a pretty decent rain band moving in right now, and I expect the winds to pick up here this morning as that rain band starts to kick in across Okinawa. Thus far, we've had a max winds reported at 48 knots, 25.2 meters per second. Doesn't look like that has changed at all in here in Naha, but I have a view at the airport. Nice little round of rain. There are no flights coming in anymore. I actually had some people asking about flights in and out of. There's a flight just landed in Amami. Oh my goodness. Talk about a wild card out there. And I was actually telling people, they were asking me about this yesterday, like, well, can a flight just landed in Miyakojima too. Oh my goodness. Talk about wild cards. Monday here though in Okinawa, I doubt there is going to be any flights going in and out of the island as this main kind of surge wraps around and pushes on shore here. So thanks for everybody watching along here on our stream. We got about 15 people right now that are coming in and out, and we'll do our best to continue to keep you posted. But yeah, I just saw this live stream put up here from Ryukyu Storm Watch. If you follow along the Okinawa Typhoon Prep Facebook page, you probably noticed that he posted this on there as well out here in Kadena. And it looks like, yeah, the winds aren't picking up. So yeah, you know, just follow along. You can watch along with them. I'm going to give them a shout out. I try to support fellow creators on the YouTubes and Facebook's platforms here that cover tropical systems out here in the Western Pacific, because I believe it is important that we all just get kind of the bestest information that you can on this. And yeah, that's the latest look that we have on this storm system right now, or that we have here from the Ryukyu Storm Watch on the Kadena Air Force Base. And that's there. Also, we have a live look at Ginawan, another person streaming, Banksy Ginawan, if you want to go check them out, and just taking a look at some of the traffic. Still cars out there on the roadways, but you know what? Yeah, it's kind of a good view of the rain continuing to pick up as this initial rain band pushes on in, and we're going to start to see those winds pick up through this morning. T-Core 1C issued at 0500. T-Core 1E is going to be issued at 1100 out here. Means you're basically going to be buckled down and in your safe space as we see the storm come on shore here in Okinawa. And that's just kind of a live update. What we have right now as it moves off towards the north, taking a look at the latest run for, actually, you know what? This is via Tropical Tidbits, by the way. Let's see if I'm waiting for the 12Z model run. It's not out yet, but actually, you know, I got a high-resolution JMA model, too. I'm going to try to pull up here in just a minute for Okinawa. But it kind of shows you that banding as we go ahead through about noon time, and then into about 3-4 o'clock. It's going to be some of the worst of the weather out here in Okinawa as that main rain band pushes overhead. So yeah, going to continue to keep you posted. Currently, as I mentioned, 6:33 a.m. in Okinawa as we watch this storm move on shore. So yeah, Ryukyu Storm Watch, that right there has a live stream going. And also I'm waiting for videographer James Reynolds. He's going to be up live here in the next few hours tracking the storm system as well out there in Okinawa. I'm actually quite curious where he is going to be at, so I'll keep you all posted. All right. is currently 7 a.m. here in Japan, and specifically here in Okinawa. There at Kadena, there's a live look from Ryuku's Storm Watch latest report. Not too much happening out there at this very moment, but the winds are continuing to pick up. Max winds already been reported there, according to the Japan Meteorological Agency, at 25.2 meters per second. Oh, hold on. Naha City just reported a wind gust at 27.8 meters per second. That is with the onset of those rain bands moving on in here. Let's see what I wish I knew it offhand, but to knots, 54 knot wind gust. How about kph? 2 kph, 100 kilometer per hour wind gust. So 54 knots, 100 kilometers per hour just reported here on Okinawa Honto, specifically in Naha, as we're starting to see some of those rain bands push on shore, which means, you know, now that we've had 54 knots, and you can see here, live look at the radar, now that we've had 54 knots for our U.S. military out here, that does give the justification for the core conditions. That is max wind report, you know, that we always talk about it out here, 50 knots or above. That's what you need for that core 1 to be issued. And yeah, the latest look here, 54 knots, that is 100 kilometers per hour, reported at the airport there in Naha. So obviously no flights landing or anything like that. Actually, I was just looking at flight radar just to kind of see. That's my Google. Oh, and I need to get a subscription to Flight Radar. No wonder. Let's see if I hit the refresh button, if it does anything. Hooray! There is one flight right here. If this is Cebu Pacific flight, I swear to God, they are the ones that are just the craziest. This is a, I don't know, Vietjet Air? Vietnam. They're the bold strategy flying right past Okinawa there. You do you, man. But anyways, yeah, winds picking up out here right now. We're getting a solid rain band coming on shore. And as I mentioned, just had a wind gust reported there in Naha at 100 kilometers per hour, or 54 knots. Meanwhile, in Nanjo, 26.9 meters per second. How much is that in 26.9 meters per second to knots? That is 52 knots, and Nanjo also would add up to 97 kilometers per hour. So I'm going to update that one here now. 52 knots slash 97 kilometers per hour been reported there. As I mentioned, that is a dual justification for the T-core warning that is currently in place. Also, Kita Daito, part of the Daito Islands, located off towards the east here, has had 16 that's sustained winds. How about we go to Miyakojima, or Urama City, there on Miyajima. So that's off the west coast, is 26.1 meters per second. 26.1 meters per second is 51 knots. So I'm going to have to create a new little box for that one. That is this island off of the west coast here. So let's update that. Miyajima with 51 knots, or no, what did I say? Yeah, 51 knots, about 96 kilometers per hour. All right, okay. Huh, where did my well, that's weird. My screen just did a little funky thing. I'm still streaming here, but I'm not quite sure where my OBS went. Oh, there it is. Hello. That was a little weird. Anyways, all right. Well, going to continue to track here along with you guys. Got 20 people watching right now. If you're jumping on and you're probably like, what's he talking about? Just going through and updating the latest reports what we've received thus far. In Naha, 54 knot wind gust has been reported from the Japan Meteorological Agency. That is this little site I have right here, the bookmark from my years at NHK. Okinawa prefecture 27.8, winds coming out of the east. Do note the max wind ever reported at that specific site is 73.6 meters per second. That's super typhoon strength. That took place, excuse me, back in 1956. It's kind of fun little interesting tidbit. We are far shy of the record there for that spot, but we do have a solid little rain band coming on shore right now that is bringing some gusty conditions there. Look at that. See this kind of these storms pushing on through, and that's why at the airport right now winds are picking up. This is out of Ginawan. Still a lot of people out there. This is from Banksy, Ginawan. They got a live stream going, as well as Ryukyu Storm Watch, a live stream out here in Kadena. And looking out here towards the ocean and already starting to see the winds kind of pick up there. Not destructive. I haven't seen a trampolines blast on pad yet. But I do know the live feed coming out at the airport really picking up. And if we take a look at that radar, it is kicking in with some heavier showers there down towards the south. So this is a key thing. You know, these bands right in here as they wrap around through this morning. You know, I think people are going to be surprised how these bands kind of hit this morning. You're going to get some solid, good showers in here, not even typhoon strength. That's going to be reserved to some of these stronger bands down towards the south. But do remember, if we take a look at satellite imagery here, despite the fact that the low-level center is well offshore, this is just the ugliest, most odd-looking storm. I have a hard time calling this an eye, albeit it kind of is. But the worst of the weather is down here just towards, or up here towards the north, that low-level center. So through this afternoon, that's going to be the worst of the weather here on Okinawa. And then as we get ahead into the evening with this low-level center passing overhead, the winds are going to drop off, and you're more or less going to be inside of the eye most of the night. It's actually going to be, I think it might surprise people with this. So, yeah. By the way, if you like these updates, and I'm going to stay with you guys here, I don't mind tracking along. We got a lot of support here, our Patreon members. We actually got we got plenty of Patreon members out of Okinawa. But if you want to help the channel along on this live stream, I got a little goal up here. And hey, I'll never put this stuff behind a paywall. But if you want to help out the channel, truly would appreciate it. Because we're just kind of rolling along here. Also, let me know in the comment section where you are watching from. We got about 20-something people here watching right now live on our stream. So thank you very much for jumping in, and write me a little comment so I'm talking to myself, or else I'm going to put the music back on, and we're just going to continue to scroll through the graphics here. But I think the number one thing right now is just trying to make sure everybody's updated and informed. The latest information on this storm system as it nears Okinawa. As I mentioned, we just got wind reports in of 54 knots, 100 kilometers per hour reported in Naha. Nanjo City has been reported up to 52 knots. Miyajima is 96 kilometers per hour, or 51 knots has been reported. Miyako-jima, not Miya. I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. Miyako-jima, and that is off here further towards the west. It's it's part of Okinawa prefecture, but it's just one of these islands a little further off here towards the west here that they're seeing some gusty conditions coming out of this. But with that 54 knots, once again, that does mean that for our U.S. military friends out here, that Core 1 that's in place, unfortunately, is justified. I mean, good that they have it in place. T-Core 1C is in place right now. They're expecting to go T-Core 1E right around 11 o'clock this afternoon. I haven't seen that changed yet. I should check the latest information. But, I mean, this is still expected to pass directly overhead, but I think not your traditional storm, though. As this passes over Okinawa, when the low-level center passes, the winds are probably going to be next to nothing. Because it's just such a fat, stupid, odd-looking eye on this. I'm gonna typhoon bash this. This is an ugly-looking storm. But is bringing some pretty decent impacts this morning here, and I think we're going to have a streak of gusty conditions late morning into early afternoon. Behind it, a big rainmaker for our friends in the Philippines. Enhanced monsoonal threat in our forecast, too. Do you notice half the graphics on here are for our friends out there, making sure, they're staying updated on what's happening with this storm system as well. So I'm going to go back to the music here. Ooh, just had Shinina Shiyanero. just said lost power in Urama. That doesn't surprise me. You're getting those winds now up to that 54 knots. That means destructive conditions. Thus, that's why we say 50 knots is kind of the threshold. So check out Ryuka's Storm Watch. They're streaming live there from Kadena if you're curious what it looks like on the base. Or you can go over here to a live look from Banksy Ginawan. They're having a live feed out here as well. It is currently 6:12 a.m. here. It is Typhoon Rokuban nearing Okinawa, Japan. Typhoon warnings in place at this time. And Kadena there, Jessica Warren, thank you very much for jumping on here. There's a live look from Ryuka Storm Watch out there on the base. Winds picking up. I haven't seen any trampolines blast on by. That's good news. I should check the latest observations out of the island there, out of the military base there. Let's see, what do we got for RODN? That is the Ikkyo, the station identifier for Kadena. And we're getting up there. 45 knots reported so far. Let's see. Especially Meteor 39. Especially Meteor. Peak wind 38. Yeah, so far I've had a 45 knots reported at Kadena. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to update that as well. If you're curious what I'm looking at here, I'm looking up the latest METARs. And we even got a pretty straight line wind coming through right now. So, yeah. Let's take a look at our latest wind reports here. So I'm going to add that to our wind reports at Kadena. 45 knots reported, not quite up to that core 1 level, but the storm's still approaching, and we're already, and this goes to illustrate just the massiveness of this wind field. Every storm is a little bit different, right? Every storm has their kind of different impacts here. Sometimes they're really tight, and if the low-level center misses, we get next to nothing. Other storms, they have kind of this broader wind field. And this one, excuse me, is definitely one of the broader storm systems that we have here. But just to add it, oops, I gotta change this to Kadena. Excuse me, goodness, right into the microphone. Yeah, they got 45 knots or 91 kilometers per hour right now. So yeah, already these are the max winds reported thus far out here on the island. I see out there in Urama, though, power is down. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of our cameras get lost here. Still looks like in Ginawan, we still have power on. Some lights on right there. Live look from Banksy Ginawan with this one right there tracking along. They have a live stream if you want to check them out there. But right now, though, we're going to continue to track this storm system as it nears landfall. Jessica says still Cat 1. Absolutely still a Category 1 on the Safford-Simpson scale out here. Actually, let's refresh this right here and see what the latest from JTWC says. 70 knots. Granted, you want to know something? I think it's oops. That's an old video of Rio. This is the one I was looking for. I think it is still a severe tropical storm. I think that it being called a typhoon is a insult to typhoons, but it does have a big enough wind field on it where it is bringing a broader impact here. But I think that it shouldn't be called a typhoon right now. I would be very surprised if we get typhoon strength winds as gusts, probably, but sustained. Well, I guess we're already seeing gusts of 50 knots. So yeah, Cat 1 though conditions are possible. We'll see how it follows through. Right now though, at the very least, we have those destructive wind thresholds as we go ahead through this afternoon. Heading into the evening, we'll start to see conditions improve. All right, I'm going to continue to keep you posted, though. We got 30 people out here watching right now. Current time in Okinawa is 7:16 a.m. Here, and in the Philippines, it is 6:16 a.m. as we continue to track Typhoon Jangmi, Typhoon Rokban, as it passes over Okinawa. Give us a nice little like and subscribe button if you're new to this channel. We're going to continue to track along, check in on the latest observations, wind reports, some of the live feeds. I'll continue to share with you where you can go find them as we watch this storm system move into southern Japan. Be back in just a bit. Let me know where you're watching from, and maybe you have some questions. I'll be able to talk with you here. All right, I think I got something a little messed up here. Let's turn this off. There we go. And time is currently 7:23 a.m. here in Okinawa, and currently watching some of the rain bands move on shore here. It actually got a pretty potent little band hitting the airport right now, and out in Nanjo City, Nanjo specifically, right here. Wind reported up to 54 knots at the airport. 52 at the airport just here towards the west in Naha City at 54 knots. And we got some pretty decent little banding coming through. You know, if this was in the U.S., I would probably wouldn't be surprised. They did put out a tornado advisory. These are kind of the bands that could bring even a little some vortices and things like that spinning up as they move on shore. You got Shira of Ginawan. Thank you very much for jumping in on here on our live stream and commenting. Always appreciate everybody who's coming on here and let me know where you're watching from. Please support the channel. Hit that subscribe button if you're new to it. Also, let me know if you want more of these updates for Okinawa. We usually concentrate on the Philippines. A lot of you are watching from out there, and that's where the bulk of the audience is here at Western Pacific Weather. But still, we try our best to keep you informed whenever we have a typhoon heading towards Okinawa and the southern Japanese islands. Here's the latest warning and timing from JMA. Let me refresh the button right here, make sure nothing has changed up too much. You know what we're going to do? We're going to translate this to English so y'all can read it. Still have a storm wave warning in place, of course, level 2 for landslides, and the timing has been updated, starting the worst of the weather here as we go ahead through about noontime. Now, this still says 18 to midnight for central areas of Okinawa. I think that is wrong. I'm not trying to give them too much grief here, but I truly believe as this low-level center, this big, stupid, fat eye on this thing moves over the island, the wind this evening is going to back off quite drastically. And what we're seeing here this morning could very well be some of the worst of the weather as this passes right overhead. Believe it or not, this is a live look at Kadena. This is from Ryukyu Storm Watch. They're out here watching the storm system. Give them a big, nice little watch here if you're watching this stream. Put theirs on separately. They got a little lo-fi music going as well. Meanwhile, this is from Banksy Ginawan, and believe it or not, I'm also watching a live stream from videographer James Reynolds. He's out there, and Earth Uncut TV. Check out his stream too. He's going to be around there chasing this storm system as well. So you got a whole crew of people out here following along with this storm as it moves on shore through this morning, heading into the afternoon. The worst of it probably going to be after about noontime. Before this continues to kick off here towards north, and then we get kind of this eye, this big bulbous eye that is lacking any pressure, tight pressure gradient moving over Okinawa. So, yeah, for now, I'm going to continue to keep you all posted. Probably going to chime in, maybe do a solid little recording for the people that are not watching the live stream here in just a bit, as well as it pushes off here towards the north over the island of Okinawa. This satellite picture really tells the whole story. How you have this just big bulbish, stupid eye down here towards the south, and then you have those winds wrapping around with the worst of the storm system right in there. And truly, like, what you're getting on southern Okinawa right now could be some of the worst of the weather, because then the sun might clear out real quick. Like, I'm not even joking. This storm may it's going to move by, and it's going to improve quickly. I get the feeling a lot of people are going to say, this is it. Really is the ugliest freaking storm in the world, truly. This is the most ridiculous looking typhoon I have ever seen. Ever. It is absurd. That is my official meteorological statement on this thing. It is ridiculous. It's a monsoonal gyre, and this is what happens with monsoonal gyres. They sometimes look ridiculous. I'm labeling this document. I just took a screenshot of it. stupid looking storm. So if anybody looks at the properties, the file will be called stupid looking storm. It really is. It is the most ridiculous, just lopsided thing. But doesn't mean you want to run out to the beach right now, despite the fact that we're seeing everybody. Oop, that's an ad. We're seeing everybody drive around on the roads out here in Gitawan, and the good news on the base, no one. I haven't seen anybody going around out there. They're in T-Core 1C right now. By the time they go to T-Core 1E, when this low-level center gets closer, the worst of the weather might already kick on by. Oh man, yeah. I think we're gonna boil down to, once this eye moves on shore, it's gonna be dunzo, in the sense that the high winds are already passed on by, but we'll see. Anyways, behind it, a lot of inflow coming in. It's going to be a lot of rainfall across the Philippines, and that's going to be the other half of the story here too. So make sure you continue to follow along here at Western Pacific Weather. Continue to keep you posted. I'm going to put music back on, and I will be back in a bit here, just updating some graphics. I'm going to definitely come back on at the top of the hour, because we're going to have the latest wind reports come in from the Japan Meteorological Agency. Let's see if we get up and over that 54 knots we've already seen at Naha City. And yeah, we'll continue to track our typhoon as it moves off here towards the north. I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta. We'll continue to keep you posted. I'm actually going to stay on the screen just for a minute. I'm going to take this graphic off because it's a little outdated. There we go. Now, I'll put the music back on. Hey there, friends. It is currently 9 a.m., or excuse me, take that back, 8 a.m. here in Okinawa as we track Typhoon Jangmi nearing landfall here already. The rain band's moving on shore, and I'm going to go through and update the latest reports coming out of southern areas of the island where we at this time have winds gusting up to 60 knots, specifically 59 knots there in Naha. Also, out here in Nanjo, very close there as well. So this storm system has some pretty decent impacts on those islands here. So let's go ahead and update that here. Plus, while I'm updating this, do want to throw on the screen a live shot, a live camera from videographer James Reynolds, who is currently, check this out. They are, it looks like they're on the southern portion of the island, I believe, here. Out there, of course, documenting this storm. He goes into all of the typhoons, and it's nice to see him out here with this one. Definitely a far cry from some of the worst that he's been in, but still, it looks like they're right there on the southern portion of the island, kind of the spot that's taking the brunt and the highest of the winds out here. Jump over to the latest reports here. Nanjo, 28.1 meters per second. So what is that in knots? Solid 54 knots. How about kph? 101 kph. So 54 knots, 101 kilometers per hour. Go to Earth Uncut TV if you want to continue to watch this live stream. They are right out there. These guys have been in over like 100 typhoons together, so I'm not too terribly worried about them getting into anything crazy. Meanwhile, Ryukyu Storm Watch also streaming out of Kadena. If you're curious, if you're on one of the military bases here, kind of curious about what it looks like out there. And this is out in Ginawan, a little more sheltered on the northwestern coastline of the island of Okinawa. Let's refresh our satellite picture here and just take a look at the latest out ahead of the storm system. Let me update some of these wind reports real quick, though. Four knots or 101 kph. While I'm doing that, I'm going to throw up the screen here, of course. Oops, wrong one. That was just, go over to Earth Uncut TV if you want to see this whole stream. But looks like they're heading out into the immediate coast there. If you recognize this area, let me know. Oop. Looks like I'm taking one of their ads. They got to make that money too. Anyways, big thanks for everybody watching on here on the live stream right now. Let's see if I'm just going to check real quick while I have this up. See the latest update from Kadena. They had a wind at the top. Well, they don't have their METAR out yet for the top of the hour, so it still looks like max winds reported 45 knots. On the base out here. So key thing right now is this: if you're watching here, you're following along on the different streams, the low level center is just towards the south, but I think we're seeing some of the worst of the weather come on shore right now in Okinawa. And I know it seems early, but just take a look at the radar. You got some of this banding wrapping and around, and it really, you don't have it further towards the south. Right now, coming on shore across the Kadena area, southeast coastline, where we are getting those winds gusting up to near typhoon strength. And you can see that here. You know, we got the winds reported in Naha, 59 knots, 110 kilometers per hour. At Kadena, 45 knots. So it does justify going through the core warnings out here for our friends in the military. But yeah, you can see actually a pretty decent band moving through. But here's the deal: this storm is just so big, fat, and ugly, and it is just an ugly looking storm. Wild video though coming from the southeast coastline. This is a live stream. I keep on turning over. I'm watching the stream up here on the screen. This is a wild video of waves. Actually, according to JMA, we were supposed to get 20 to 30 foot waves here on the southeast coast. Now, when people keep, wow, look at those breakers, that is a big bad storm. So when people say, hey, Robert, storm surge is going to be a big issue, I'm like, not really, because you see where they are, especially in the southeast coastline, the area that's most vulnerable to this storm system. It's a big cliff face right there, so the surge is not really one of the big issues you have to worry about. But Earth Uncut TV, find them if you want to follow along. Streaming live there. James Reynolds, a friend of mine, who've been known each other for almost 20 years now, my goodness, out here tracking the storm system, and he's getting some incredible footage. I know I'm going to probably lose viewers by saying go watch him, but somebody did say, have you ever become a storm chaser? Yes, I have. I don't know what that means, become one, but yes, I've chased storms, and I think I still am. I chase hurricanes, typhoons, not this one because too far away, but I have chased typhoons in the Philippines, Taiwan, and Japan before. But I'm a meteorologist, and I am known as the guy in the chair. That's me back here at home behind the computer tracking along here. And I do strongly advise checking out James's live stream here, because they a wild video, some massive waves coming on shore out there. But Nikki T asking if I've ever chased those storms before. Right now, though, back to being the guy in the chair here as we watch this storm system come on shore. And I can't stress enough, when the low, I think that the max of the winds are going to be here earlier than later. Current time is 8 a.m. By noon, I believe we're going to have the max of the winds out here on Okinawa. Honto, we've already got winds reported up to and over 50 knots, 110 kilometers per hour in Naha. Kadena at 45 knots max winds reported thus far. I'm continuing to refresh. I want to see what they say at the top of the hour here for their max wind report at the station there. But point is, we're already getting those pretty gusty conditions out ahead of that low-level center, but I think as we go ahead through this evening, this just big bulbous lacking of winds here, this big broad area. See it there on the radar? If we go look at the satellite imagery, it once this area pushes in, the winds are going to back off significantly. And I believe that'll be into the afternoon. So this is not an all-day event, guys. This is this morning. I don't even think it's going to be a tonight event. By tomorrow morning, you're going to go typhoon what? Now, there is still windy conditions on the back side of it here, but a lot of dry air intrusion too. So it could be breezy tomorrow, but not really going to be seeing the rain either on the back side of this storm system. So yeah, we got about 20 people on here watching right now. Current time is 8:08 a.m. here in Japan, 7:08 a.m. in the Philippines. And of course, big thanks to everybody who's following along. If you want to support the channel, hit that subscribe button. If you're new here, let me know as well where you're watching from in the comment section. But of course, tracking the storm system as it moves over Okinawa and the southern Japanese islands. And then in the broader picture, this is going to move off towards the north, impact a good portion of southwestern Japan, heavy rainfall, landslide warnings in Kyushu, Shikoku, and then eventually heading out there towards central areas of Honshu. But I want to talk about, there's a potential of another area developing behind this, coming in out of the West Philippine Sea, and you can see that tracking off towards the north. Now, I don't think this is going to become a tropical storm, but it is going to be embedded in the monsoonal kind of gyre here, which means that next week and next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday probably going to be messy yet again across Okinawa, and this whole storm system is really enhancing that southwesterly flow for our friends across the Philippines. Definitely going to be seeing an increase in rainfall there, which by the end of this, we could have spots in the western areas of Luzon seeing 300 to 500 millimeters of total precipitation. So plenty of rainfall in the forecast out there as well, separately from the next storm system that could be developing. So a lot going on out here in the Western Pacific. Of course, we're tracking right now Typhoon, one of the ugliest storm systems I have seen here and tracked. Jangmi towards the south of Okinawa. Current winds estimated from the Japan Meteorological Agency at 140 kilometers per hour. That's a lie. I don't think it's that high. I'm being typhoon shaming on this guy. It is the ugliest just storm, but still packing a little bit of a punch here. We got those winds already reported gusting over 50 knots, and that's destructive. So some stuff could be flying around here. And as we've seen with our live look out at the coast via videographer James Reynolds, he is killing it with this imagery. Look at that. Go check out his live stream. Whew, some big old waves, 20 to 30 feet were forecasted here in southern Okinawa. It's about 8 to 9 meters. Have been forecasted for this storm system out here on the southern coastline. So, yeah, it's some big old waves coming on shore here right now with this storm system. So, is it getting blown out here? I'm going to turn it down just a little bit. There we are. So, yeah, big old waves on the coast here with this. So, yeah, big shout out to him. Check out his stream. He's been reporting out there. But I think they're probably getting some gust at 50 knots. That's a big wave maker. And this is why they're professionals right here, all right? These guys have been through some of the worst of the worst of the worst of the storms. But I've seen people, and in the past, there was a typhoon in 2015 or 14, I believe. We lost several airmen because they were out there, and they were right down on the rocks. They weren't up here in the cliff face. They were right down there on the rocks, and they got washed out into the ocean. They lost their lives. I remember reporting on that when I was on TV in Japan. So this stuff can be dangerous, but the other thing is just the winds continuing to kick up there. Live lookout at Kadena, where we've had max winds reported up and over 45 knots at this time, reported there at the airport. And a live look in Ginawan, that is kind of a more sheltered area on the west coast. So that's the difference between the west coast and the east coast. They're definitely night and day here, and that is all because those winds are wrapping it around from the south and east. So, yeah, that's a look at what we got going on out here right now. I see Manchukuo needs rain a lot. Good for you there, friend. I don't know why you had to say it 3 times, but you're out here. Yeah, so I assume you're in the Philippines just based on your name and the way you said I need rain 3 times. So 4 times. So yeah, you got rain definitely in the forecast here due to that monsoonal surge coming in from the south and west. So yeah, right now though, we're going to continue to track this storm system as we go ahead throughout this morning. Here currently 8:13 a.m. in Okinawa and southern Japan. New wind report just came in not too long ago of 31.8 meters per second. That is up and over 100 kilometers per hour and about 54 knots, so just shy of typhoon strength. All right, I'm going to go back to our music out here. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta, continuing to track this storm system with you. Got the live radar up here, and also don't forget to check out Earth Uncut TV. He's out there streaming live as well. If you want to check out what some of the waves are looking like right on the southeast coastline, where the brunt and the peak of the storm system is coming on shore right now. He's kind of in this area right here off of the southeast coast. We're seeing some of those max winds kick on shore. So I'm going to continue to keep you posted here throughout the morning. Stay safe out there. We're still streaming on Westpac Weather. The time is currently 8:33 a.m. here, 8:35, I should say, a.m. here in Japan, 7:33 a.m. in the Philippines. Typhoon Jangmi continuing to near landfall at this time, and not the prettiest of the storms, I'm going to be honest with you. Basically, already getting some, you saw I was just updating some wind reports there. Despite the fact, it's not the prettiest of the storms, it is still packing a little bit of a punch. I mean, we had a we're getting max winds now near typhoon strength at Nanjo, that's on the southeast coastline. 114 kilometers per hour, or 61 knots. 65 knots would be typhoon strength here. And we can bounce over to the radar. You can specifically see what I'm talking about with Nanjo. If we zoom right in, if you don't know the area, it's basically this right here. So Nanjo City on the east coast, got the island just offshore. Yorama, I heard power is out there as well on that island. They're getting pretty blasted by a significant rain band right now. And live look from videographer, that's not it. That's the YouTube research right there. Live look from videographer James Reynolds. He's actually out there on the southern portion of the island. I believe he's heading towards the north based on the latest update here. So I do want to say a big shout out, by the way, to Amy Rose Fan 966. I've seen you comment on here plenty of times before. Thank you so much. You are a legend. I'm getting a nice little heart and a like on this. I really appreciate it. Giving $5 here towards our little fund to keep this stream going, and not only for this storm but all future storms. It's not cheap or free to broadcast this stuff, so it goes a long way, and truly thank you very much, Amy Rose Fan, for jumping on here. This is a live look from Earth Uncut TV. He's heading north there on the southern portion of the island of Okinawa, where we have had winds reported gusting up to 59 knots, nearly 60 knots, 65 knots, or about 110 kilometers per hour. 120 kilometers per hour would be typhoon strength wind gust. To be quite honest, I don't think we're going to get that in the inner core of this. I see this rain band pushing across the middle of the island right now. That's kind of packing the biggest punch at this time. Meanwhile, as this lifts off towards the north, it's going to move into tomorrow morning. It's already going to be out there in the Amami Islands, and then as we look ahead into Tuesday, trying to do some math here with the timing of this. Tuesday night, it's going to be closer to Tokyo, so it's running off there towards the north. You actually just pop up on the screen here. Just taking a look as this tracks off here towards the north through our Tuesday, heading into Wednesday, passing over Shikoku and even places like Iwakuni. Let's zoom right in here via windy. Click on Iwakuni, the worst of the weather here by Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. You could be looking at solid little tropical storm strength winds out there. I know we got some people watching from that island, or not that military base, I should say. And then out here towards Tokyo, the worst of the weather is by, I said Tuesday earlier, Wednesday afternoon into the evening. Some solid messy weather as that passes right over the Kanto plain. Some rough weather coming out of that, tropical storm strength conditions. I think one of the bigger issues the further north it goes is going to be the rainfall with a flood threat on some of those mountainous areas there. But right now, we are still talking about this storm system nearing landfall out here in Okinawa. But when I say nearing landfall, I'm talking about this big, bulbous, stupid eye. It truly is. It is a ridiculously big eye here. The worst of the weather is out ahead of it in this cloud cover. And I think when we get past this threshold, you see this line right here? Like, this is, like, what we're getting right now is definitely the worst of the storm system. Because once this passes, I don't believe this is going to be having much wind in it. So once we get kind of the bottom of this, what you would call an eye wall, it's more or less this big, stupid monsoonal gyre look on it. The winds are going to improve, and I believe that's going to be as we head through the afternoon into the evening. This is picking up forward momentum, and definitely looking at some improvements in the conditions here in that extended forecast. Actually, I think I'm going to prep up and do a quick recording here in just a bit. So stand by and prep up, do a quick reporting, and because I noticed not everybody watches the stream. I wish they did, but record some stuff here, kind of break down the entire forecast in just a bit. Maybe I'll do it at the top of the hour and continue to keep you posted. But big thanks to Amy Rose Fan 966 for supporting the channel and helping out with a super there on us. But right now, continuing to track our storm system as it moves off there towards the north. Big shout out to videographer James Reynolds, and you got Mark Thomas out there who are tracking this storm system as well. They're driving along the southern coastline of Okinawa. Also, Ryuku Storm Watch. Follow him if you're curious what's going on in Kadena. Not much, but that's what's happening out there right now. Got some dark, spooky clouds. Definitely a windy day, and just another day in Ginawan out there on the west coast. There's really not much happening there. Real quick, I want to see if we've had an update from Kadena. The base there, still max wind, 45 knots on base, based on the latest update there. So, yeah. All right. Big shout out to everybody. Follow along here. I'll be back in just a bit, putting our little lo-fi music back on, and yeah, continue to follow along. All right. Current time is 8:41 a.m. in Japan. It is currently 9 a.m. here in Okinawa, Japan, as Typhoon Jangmi, a severe tropical storm, according to the Japan Meteorological Agency now, still a typhoon via JTWC, continues to near landfall. And here's the deal. The newest max winds just came out here for the 8 o'clock hour, and not really anything being reported in Yorama City, 28.6 meters per second, but still the highest wind gust reported on the island this morning was actually about an hour and a half ago. Even the trend is starting to go down there at Kanena. I'm not going to sit here and put my foot in my mouth, but the core of this storm system, the inner part of it, there's not going to be any winds in this. Like, it is not packing much of a punch here, I'm telling you. You see the inner core, you got those max winds, and then here's the banding coming in around from this. And I think we're seeing some of the highest right now in central areas of Okinawa, where we have a lot of people. I mean, it's I say lacking, but it's still gusty. Take a look at live look from videographer James Reynolds out here. He's on the East Coast. And, they're getting some good winds. Solid tropical storm strength. I mean, not the type where you're going to be wanting to walk around out there. But it's definitely a far cry. Excuse me. From typhoon conditions we have seen in the past here on Okinawa Honto. Big shout out to some of the people on here watching Blue Snows from the Philippines, talking about the rainfall. Yeah, you got some rain coming in out there for you. Edgar says, hi, will the storm surge affect the Philippines? The monsoon surge. Storm surge, which is the flooding along the coast, barely even affecting Okinawa. It's not going to be affecting the Philippines, but good question there. I think the big thing right now, though, is, this, and once this, kind of max wind kicks by and goes off towards the north, we're going to be inside of this big, just ugly eye, and winds are definitely going to decrease quite significantly as that eye actually passes over Okinawa. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a drink of water here. And then I'm going to probably do a quick little video update, which is basically going to be just to record for Facebook and everything out here. What about the mic? Something wrong with it? Somebody said, LOL, the mic, Edgar. Is the sound okay? If the sound's not all right, let me know. I would appreciate that. Probably do a quick little video update. Oh, no, it sounds good. I'm listening into it. I guess you're just looking at the big blue mic I got right here. And I like it. I don't have to wear it. It's plugged in. It's a nice little mic. Anyways, so because the inner core of this storm, it is a just big bulbous eye, and I doubt there are really strong winds in there. This is just wrapping around the leading edge of this. So I'll be back in just a minute. Actually, you know what? I think I might just get a drink right now. I'll throw up the James's video on the screen here. My voice is loud. Yeah, that's what I thought earlier. I'm gonna turn it down. I seen that it was pretty high earlier. I can't hear it, but I seen the stuff. So. Whew. All right, that cleared out my throat. Big thanks for everybody on here supporting the channel too. For real, a couple people on here have donated, and I'm not saying you have to. No one has to do that, but it does go a long way in helping this channel out and just supporting as we do this here. All right, so taking a look at the latest. I'm just refreshing a couple things. I wonder if the 18Z has come out either. Oh, there it is. 18Z HWRF. Kind of showing that. Move on by. Button. Oh goodness, I have so much going on here. I gotta relabel my stream deck. You guys donated in the one of the last streams, and I asked for some money for a stream deck. We got about $40, so I halved it. I spent the other half on it, and I love this thing, but I'm still getting used to using it here. So latest HWRF shows the worst of the weather by about noontime, and really by 6Z. I think it's overdoing the gradient inside of the eye, though. I really do think the HWRF is overdoing it, because once we get inside of this eye, those winds are going to back off quite significantly. This thing is falling apart and looking like absolute garbage here. It's the opposite of hype. I'm a terrible hype man, because people will say, "Oh, you hype the storms," and I'm sitting here like, this thing looks like trash. Anyways, all right, I'll be back in just a minute. Let me get a drink and set up here. So before I get going on the this little kind of this is something I really want to point out. You see here, this is a JMA weather model, and you see this is kind of what they go off for their max winds, and they've been saying the worst of it on Okinawa is going to be around 3 p.m. and just check this out. So look at this. It shows 2, 3, 4 p.m. But if we take a look at the radar at this very moment, it's kind of what we're having here at 9:08 a.m. That's what it looks like. So I think the JMA model is a little bit out to lunch here. The whole storm has picked up the pace. The models have not fouled up on it. And everything is going extremely slow, with the storm is actually going very, very fast. So that's the key thing I want you to take away from this, is that this storm is picking up the pace here, moving off here towards the north. All right. I'm going to talk about this. Let's do a quick little video. So, all right. Typhoon Jangmi, also known as Domeng in the Philippines, nearing landfall in Okinawa. And here's the thing. This storm system is moving fairly fast here. As of 9 a.m., already looking at some fairly gusty conditions being reported out here in Okinawa. In fact, take a look at this. Max wind gust thus far at 59 knots or 110 kilometers per hour in Naha, 114 on the southeast coast there in Nanjo City, and even Kadena getting up near that 50-knot threshold. Already Core 1C is in place as of your Monday morning here for the military out there, and already justified based on the fact we are seeing these winds over 50 knots. But here's the key thing. We have the low-level center here located towards the south of Okinawa, and we're already seeing kind of the max of these bands wrap around onto the island. So we've been seeing tropical storm strength all morning. This is what we've been stressing. We're not going to see like super typhoon conditions out of this. We're not going to see catastrophic conditions. What we're seeing so far is just a solid severe tropical storm type of winds. And this storm, to be quite honest, is about as ugly as they come. It's this big, bulbous, low-pressure area, completely exposed eye. And once this eye moves on shore, which is going to be like as we go through the early afternoon, the winds inside of this are significantly going to back off on the island of Okinawa, and you're going to be seeing some drastically improving conditions as this edges off here towards the north. So that's one of the key things I really, really want to stress, is that I think the worst of the weather is going to be through late morning now, heading into early afternoon, and a lot of the guidance has been really kind of keeping this a lot slower than what we're actually going to see here as this storm tracks towards the north. So it's going to be sooner than later, I think by tonight. And here's the thing, the eye as it passes overhead, the backside of it's still going to be rather windy across Okinawa, but it is not going to have the same kind of hit that the front side did. Meanwhile, heads off as we go ahead through Tuesday night across Shikoku, Kyushu, even our friends in Iwakuni. You're going to be looking at tropical storm strength conditions by Tuesday afternoon, although the worst of it definitely going to be along the Pacific coast. I've seen some people comment on our live stream here. If you aren't watching a live stream, please do. Out of Yokosuka, saying they're prepared for it. In Yokosuka, they're probably going to go through some tropical storm strength type gust, but definitely not seeing typhoon conditions there as this heads further off towards the north across central areas of Honshu. I think it's going to be a big, messy, rainy day here, though, on our Tuesday night, heading throughout the day on Wednesday. The trains, the KQ line, if you're out there in Yokosuka, and the JR line are going to have some delays on them, like especially closer to the coast all the way out there. I actually have chased before along the coast of Chiba Prefecture and Kanagawa Prefecture, and it can get messy out there on some of the train lines. So taking a look at the futurecast, our storm system pulls away from Okinawa by Tuesday morning. Vastly improving conditions. Before, as we go ahead through the day on Wednesday, it moves across Tokyo, bringing a heavy rainfall and even that threat of flooding out here. So typhoon conditions still possible here for the southern Japanese islands, but our storm system is continuing the week. The other side of the coin is as this pulls towards the north, we're looking at increasing rainfall across the Philippines, and maybe even a secondary storm system trying to form up out here. Basically, you can see this broad low kind of in a little niche in the southwest enhanced monsoon, which this is still a big, fat, ugly monsoonal gyre, and that's going to help increase and enhance that southwesterly flow as we look ahead through Tuesday, Wednesday, and into Thursday. And I think we're going to be looking at not only rainfall in Manila by midweek, a lot of rain, but especially Region 1, from Subic out there towards La Union and into Ilocos Norte, maybe even the southern coast of Taiwan, and yes, eventually back here towards Okinawa, we could be looking at another monsoonal surge with a lot of rainfall by next weekend. So a lot going on out here across the Philippines. Of course, Japan with Typhoon Jangmi as it passes overhead today. If you are new to the channel, please, thank you so much for subscribing and following along with us here. Also, check out our Patreon. Link is down below. A big thanks to all our Patreon members who continue, as always, to support this channel. I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta. Number one thing, of course, is stay safe out there. And that's how you record a video. How you like that, guys? Anyways, we got Edgar on here saying my voice is loud. We got 32 people watching right now. The current time is it is currently 9:14 a.m. in Japan. And once again, going back to this storm is ugly. I think we're seeing the worst of it late morning through early afternoon. I don't want to count my chickens, knock on wood, but this is so much drier intrusion coming into it. It is just the ugliest storm system for a typhoon. But we'll continue to keep you posted. I mean, it looks rough. There's the wave action. This is from Earth Uncut TV. Give them a shout. Give them a follow. Here, they're still driving around. They're like concentrating on the ocean. James even said in his live stream, we're just watching the waves out here. But they got a live stream going if you want to follow along with them. I'm still going to be here with you. Put the music back on while I edit this video up I just recorded. and put that out on some of our social medias, just to give you the latest update for those that are not watching the live stream here. But looks like a lot of leaves down, but I haven't seen any damage, which I'm not expecting to see. Okinawa is built for this, absolutely built for this, so I'm not expecting to see, like, even the scaffolding there is just fine. I still expect to see a trampoline blow around somewhere. It always happens for our military friends. Like their live look out here in Kadena. So, yeah, getting some strong gusts from time to time, rattling the windows. Some reports out there of that from Ryukyu Stormwatch. Give them a follow. Ryukyu Stormwatch as well. They got a live stream going for our friends out here on Kadena. Here. So, yeah. All right. I will be back as I upload this video here, and we're still going to loop through our graphics. I got to put some updates on the graphics. If you notice, some of the stuff is a little bit out of sync. So, anyways, I'll be back in just a bit. Don't go anywhere as we continue to track Typhoon Jangmi, the ugliest storm system, but still having an impact out here in Okinawa. our friends across Okinawa and into the Philippines. It is currently 9:33 a.m. in Okinawa, Japan, 8:33 a.m. in the Philippines, and we are looking at the center of Jangmi, also known as Domeng in the Philippines, nearing the island of Okinawa. The max winds so far have been reported out here, and we really haven't seen gusts a lot higher than this, upwards of about 110 kilometers per hour. So we really haven't seen typhoon strength gust on the island. In fact, let me just, before I put my foot in my mouth, let's see if we've had any. No, we're still at 31.8 meters per second for the max winds reported. That is into Nanzhou City. There, that 114 kilometer per hour wind on the southeast coastline. I'll give you a perspective of where that is. Let's jump back over here to the radar. Well, that's the track. Here's the radar. I got multiple JMA tabs open. I gotta click one eventually here. Just kind of zooming right in. Nanzhou is located right here, and they got that max wind when this band that is now over the central areas of the island pushed on by. Now that is already north of Ginawan, so out here in the Kadena area, you're kind of the heaviest of the rainfalls just passed towards the north, now moving into central areas of Okinawa Honto. Now, there is this band right here. You see this one just down towards the south. I still think this is going to pack some gusty conditions in it. And it's still just offshore. This probably, if we have typhoon strength winds, it's going to be in this band right there. Because right after that, we kind of go into the eye. And like, this is a big bulbous eye. When this does come on shore, I'm telling you, there's going to be hours inside of the eye of this storm system. You're going to go through the entire evening here going, is this storm over with? And because this eye end to end is the biggest stupid, ugly eye I have ever seen on a typhoon. Severe tropical storm now, according to JMA. JMA is actually saying, you know what, we're not even going to get typhoon strength winds out of this storm system anymore. Taking a look at the official forecast, though, this is moving off towards the north. Let me see if I can find the right JMA one. Okinawa, you're going to go. This will make landfall in Okinawa, but it is definitely not your classic typhoon. Let's just say that. Sam Martin on here says, keep up the good work. Robert Spetta, 2 thumbs up. Thank you very much, Sam. Truly appreciate that. And everybody else following on here, we got about 30 concurrent viewers watching what's going on with the storm system as it moves on shore. Typhoon Jangmi, also known, of course, as Domeng in the Philippines. This is also enhancing the monsoonal flow behind it, by the way, for the Philippines. And even a secondary low kind of developing off of that back here, just off the coastline of Vietnam. And all of that inflow is going to create some heavy rainfall as we go, especially in the midweek across the west coast of Luzon. So it's all tied in and just tapped in together. But right here, you can see what's pulling this storm system along. Got that big old front dipping down behind it, and that's just hooking this and causing the run up just like that across a good portion of central areas of Japan, from Kyushu, Shikoku, all the way back there towards Honshu. And you're really going to be seeing a pretty decent increase in rainfall, and even that threat of flooding and maybe some landslides across central areas of Honshu as this moves off here towards the north. So a big thanks for Edgar and Sam out here who've just commented here recently. Also Amy Rose, who gave us a nice little a donation here as well recently. Can't thank you enough as well. So yeah, this storm system still this big donut shape on it. Going to be tracking off here towards the north. Kyushu, as we go ahead through our Tuesday, starting into the morning through the afternoon and the evening, a lot of heavy rainfall out there. I think we're going to have a flood threat across parts of Kagoshima, then moving into Shikoku, and eventually out here by Wednesday morning, increasing in places like Nagoya, out towards the Izu Peninsula, and by Wednesday midday, passing over the Tokyo area. And it's going to dramatic, by this point, it's really going to have like this haft shape on it, meaning that the worst of the weather, as we're already seeing, are well ahead of the storm. A lot of dry air filtering in behind it. So for Tokyo, by midday, and that's for our friends like in Yokosuka, Etsugi, midday, and then by the afternoon on Wednesday and through the evening, I think you're going to see dramatically improving conditions. But the highest winds we're seeing in Okinawa are late morning through early afternoon. A little bit earlier than what we were saying earlier, and the forecast does change, but the storm system's picking up its pace forward, kind of getting hooked by that troughing just towards the north. T-Core 1 in place, 1C for our military as of 5 a.m. T-Core 1E could be those destructive winds, but I think we're already getting it because we already got over 50 knots gust across the island. I expect a lull, though, Monday evening. There's going to be like hours of just not much going on out here into Okinawa, just because you got this big old fat just eye passing overhead. So we have 30 people on here right now. If you want to give us a comment, let me know where you're watching from. Really would appreciate it. You commenting on here, or if you just want me to put the music back on, I can scroll through the graphics. That's something I can do as well. I'm trying my best to kind of update these graphics as I go, give you the latest information on what's happening with our storm system. And right now, we kind of have this banding passing overhead over Okinawa here. Now rated a severe tropical storm, according to the Japan Meteorological Agency. JTWC still has it as a typhoon, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do weaken it, because this is just the most ridiculously ugly storm system ever. But it still is packing a bit of a punch. You can't say I hype things when I'm sitting here going, this storm is ridiculous looking. Truly. I get that a lot. People say, oh, you hype. You like, I tell when there's a storm that really deserves to be like screamed at the top of the room. Noborikawa. Hey, Jay, out there in Okinawa. Thank you very much. Nobori River. That's what kawa means in Japanese. Nice to hear from you here. Truly appreciate it. Ohio gozaimasu out there for your friends out here in Okinawa. It is currently 9:40 a.m. in the center of Typhoon Jangmi, nearing the island of Okinawa. We're already seeing some of these outer bands continuing to impact you here, and we zoom in, a big old eye on this storm system. And once we kind of get this initial burst of convection, which is passing over right now, I think those winds are going to back off quite dramatically as we get closer to the center of this storm. So thank you very much for 2J Slayton on here commenting. By the way, we got a couple other people streaming. Our good friend, videographer James Reynolds and Marker out there. They are heading out. I think they're in Nanjo City, so it's about the East Coast there right now. Nanjo City is the spot where we had the max winds reported of 114 kilometers per hour, about 59 knots reported. About where they are, but I've seen zero reports of damage out here. And for our friends on Kadena, Ryukyu Storm Watch, you can see them right there. Make sure you give them a follow and a like and a watch there if you're out there on the military base. It is in T-Core 1 right now. They have seen some winds kind of rattling the windows and stuff there, but, it's... And this is what I was talking about. Those bases are absolutely built for this. Some people overseas in the States are just rightfully worried about, friends and family that might be out here in this storm. And I totally get it. But, a severe tropical storm at typhoon strength in Okinawa is nothing. As long as people stay inside and they're not running around. Now, I have said, we got a storm chaser, James Reynolds and Mark out there. Here's the deal. They have been through more typhoons than you probably can count. I know James has been over like 80 at this point. No, he's closer to 100. I'm talking Cat 5s, So this storm is nothing for them. They know where to go, and they know these islands like the back of their hand. So they're out there tracking these storm systems, been doing it for about 20 years there. So something as well, just I do want to kind of note. So I'm clicking around too many buttons here. So, yeah, we got 26 people on here right now. Not too many people commenting at the moment. So what I'm going to do, put the music back on. We're going to continue to stream and track along. You know what? Before I put the music back on, I'm going to make sure I update the data here on our Metro Weather Weatherscape. The people that support this channel and letting us use the weather software at a good deal here. That's what you've been seeing on the loop. So check them out if you like following it with weather software, especially broadcast style weather software. This is from JMA, though, what you're looking at right now. And yeah, once again, big old fat eye kind of this core. Now, once there is this little band right here, you see this one just off of the southern coastline. You know what stinks? The Kadena radar is down, and that's bothersome because we could probably get velocity off that. They got a WSR 88 out there, and the radar's down. That stinks. So I mean, I'm going to use JMA's radar, which good stuff JMA has, but it is garbage compared to a WSR 88 where we actually can pick up velocity scans and everything. So I wish I could see how high these winds are in this core right there. Unfortunately, we kind of don't have it. So what I'm thinking is if we get another gust of potentially near typhoon strength winds, it's going to be this band. This band right here is really, as of 9:45 a.m., kind of the worst of it in the center portions of the island, already past southern areas. That's where we had those max winds around 7:30 a.m. But this band right here that's going to be nearing in about the next hour to 2 hours, I think it's going to be packing another round of a good punch here. But in general, this whole storm is just about as ugly as they come as far as typhoons are concerned. Still punching, this is not a super typhoon, but still packing a pretty decent punch here. But once that eye moves overhead, you're going to be throughout the evening stuck in just a very serious, just broad, big old eye out here across the island. So yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Continuing to keep you posted here at Westpac Weather. Don't forget to follow those other streams I just mentioned. I'm not going anywhere, though. I'm going to go ahead and just put on the music. And we're going to continue to track what's happening out here with Typhoon Jangmi, which means rose, by the way, in Korean. Domeng, just a name. From Pagasa. They go by the alphabet. It's there. Anyways, all right, I'm putting this back on. Speaking of the Philippines, we'll start off with the graphic for a flyover for the Philippines to get back towards the satellite picture. I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta. Stay safe out there. I'm not going anywhere, though. I'll be here if you guys have any questions or any big news comes in on this storm system. But at least for now, hope everyone's staying safe. Doesn't look like any damage reported or anything at this time. But yeah, we still got some storm to go here, and we still even have the backside heading into tomorrow. Hey there, friends. It is currently just about, what is it, 10:06 a.m. here in Japan, specifically on Okinawa. And you see, I just updated this wind graphic for Okinawa, Honto, Naha, and specifically Nanjo City. 65 knots with winds gusting up to 120 kilometers per hour right now. There. Now that was at 9:07 a.m. So this came in with the 10 o'clock update from the max wind reports from the Japan Meteorological Agency. That is by far the max wind. Naha at 7:30 this morning had 110 kilometer per hour winds, but that is really about it. We have not seen anything sustained up and over 100 kilometers per hour right now either, and it is really definitely on the lower end of typhoon scale. Cat 1 type gusts kind of lined up with what we were expecting as far as the max winds are concerned with this storm system. Taking a look at the satellite picture, though, this big bulbous eye just offshore of Okinawa Honto. Kind of see that here on radar. This is at 10 a.m., so about 8 minutes old. You see right here, this is what I was talking about with that banding, though. It does look like that band right there that's coming on shore right now is the reason why we had that wind gust up to about 120 kilometers per hour, 65 knots. That is going to continue to move across Kadena. In fact, I'm curious, did it already move across? They're getting solid 42 knot winds out here. 46 knots, actually. I have to update our graphic. It does look like our max wind just up to 46 knots here on the Kadena Air Force Base. That is for our military friends out there. 46 knots or about 93 miles per hour. Not quite those destructive core condition type winds at the moment, but very close. Very, very close to it, but we obviously have seen it in other portions of the island out here. But here's the thing, once we go, I've seen somebody just comment and say that, hold on, I've seen somebody say, oh, the worst of it's going to be into the afternoon. Not really. It is moving forward at a pretty decent pace here. And, the worst of the weather definitely already kind of impacting Okinawa here through late morning into early afternoon. And I think by 3 to 9 o'clock, because where kind of the initial time frame was for it, this is going to be, you're going to be inside of this big bulbous eye here. So definitely next few hours kind of seeing the worst of it out here if you are out here on Okinawa Honto. Let me bounce back over to the radar instead of the Kadena kind of look there. Here we go. All right, hold on a second. I just want to type something up real quick here as well. All right. So, also, just so you're a reminder, and the reason I'm talking to some people over here with James's feed. James and Mark, I saw MIA on here talking about wind turbines. Good little thing here, but this is a live look. Right on the coast, I believe they're at Nanjo. Now, that's some solid winds. And who is in that K car right there? That's ridiculous. Some solid winds coming on shore. James and Mark, good friends of ours, of course, here at Westpac Weather. Give them a follow. But they are right at probably one of the most kind of vulnerable spots here. Right, I think they're in the Nanjo area where we are seeing those winds gusting up and over 100 kilometers per hour right now, and you can kind of see that here. Now, I've seen some other YouTubers that have never been to Japan before talking about, storm surge out here, and I had to kind of tell them, hey, Okinawa doesn't really get storm surge. You see right here, right front quadrant, they're right on the coast and not really seeing any surge. They got some waves just offshore and stuff, but this is a live look in what is ultimately the eye of this storm system, and they got some solid gusty conditions. James and Mark have been in over 100 typhoons here, though. They have been through it all. This is probably just an average walk in the park for them out here. So just a little shout out to them if you want to follow along with them. Earth Uncut TV. They're fantastic, and they're doing a great job. They got right up to, they're in between, it looks like two mountains here. I think they're, if I look at Google Maps, based on what we're seeing right here, and I know they're out here in Nanjo, so I assume they're somewhere in here just east of Futenma, one of these like waterfront roads. Right there. I know they're out there. So that's where I think they are. They're kind of out in this area. But definitely getting that squeeze in of the winds kind of coming between the hills right there and kicking up. So, that's the case. But if you're on the West Coast, American Village, very sheltered there, not seeing too much as well. Definitely, it's all about the winds right on the immediate coast there. Great shot right there, though. A couple people on his stream talking about why there's nothing on radar, and that's because these storm clouds are not very tall. We don't have big old strong thunderstorms here, basically we just kind of have a tight gradient due to the fact this is a kind of an ugly monsoonal gyre of a storm. Low level clouds, very tight gradient though, and the closer we get to the center, the higher these winds are going to get. We're continuing to see them pick up and wrap around here and along the east coast. Going to be looking at these winds still possibly up near typhoon strength. We haven't had any sustained typhoon strength, but we did just get that wind gust reported up to 65 knots or 120 kilometers per hour out here. And you see right there, this is actually a live kind of feed. I'm going to make sure it is live right there. 19 meters per second in Nanjo. Looks like our station at Nanjo went down. Miyajima, 19 meters per second. Sustained all of these spots here. So getting some solid winds coming on shore right now. And as we see here, a live look at Earth Uncut TV, James Reynolds out there. It's coming on shore. And this is why, that you just kind of stay inside when these start to kick. I worry more about their car than anything. That's always the issue, always the worry with these, especially light K cars. They can get lifted in these type of winds here. But more so in between buildings on the bases and stuff like that. That's where you can really see some problems kind of taking place. But right now, the wind's really starting to kick up out here on Okinawa as we get near the what you would call the eye of this storm system wrapping around. You kind of have these initial bursts of convection along the east coast here. This is still an ugly, ugly storm, but it is packing a bit of a punch here as we go on through the next few hours. I think the worst of the weather right now, it is at 15 a.m. there. It's going to be through the early afternoon. We're going to kind of see the peak of it as this is racing off towards the north. You got this big eye with this, and I would say in the next few hours, we're kind of seeing this band come on shore right now. And once that does, that eye is going to be moving on shore, and the winds are going to drop off drastically once we get through this band we are seeing right now in southeastern Luzon. And southeastern Luzon, goodness, Okinawa. I'm getting my countries mixed up here. So Nanjo, where you see James at right now, that is about the worst we are seeing out here at this moment with this storm system. Definitely some nasty, nasty weather. So I'm going to continue to follow along here. We're streaming, of course, and don't forget you can stream him live at Earth Uncut TV as they continue to track this storm system too. So it is, still packing a little bit of a punch, I'll tell you. But it is not a destructive super typhoon by any means or anything like that. Thankfully, I have not... Something just flew at the camera right here at our Kadena I think those were leaves. I don't know. That was wild. I jumped over to a Ryuko Storm Watch. Just something come flying at the screen. Okay. I don't know what that was. I hope it wasn't anything serious. Haven't seen any trampolines flying around just yet, so that's always a plus. If you know, you know. It's a running joke for the military out here in Okinawa over the course of the last 15 years. We've been covering these storm systems. But right now, seeing kind of the worst of it as it moves on shore here in Okinawa. I'll be back in just a bit. It is currently 10:17 a.m. Keeping you posted here at Westpac Weather. The time is currently 10:32 a.m. here in Okinawa, 9:32 a.m. in the Philippines. We're tracking, of course, Typhoon Jangmi. I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta, chiming in every so often to kind of break up the music, give you the latest information. I want to give you a live look of out here in Okinawa. Some wild video from videographer James Reynolds and Mark out there right now. They are covering this storm system. They are basically in the right front quadrant here on the southeast coast in the Nanjo area, where we have had winds at the very least gusting up to typhoon strength. Now, here's the thing. This is the most exposed area, and there's a reason why not a lot of homes out here on the southeast coastline, and this is one reason. It is built for storms to come on shore. They often hit here in the Nanjo area. You can see right there, they're kind of out in this peninsula. It's stuck out there, and that's where we're seeing the highest winds right now from Earth Uncut TV. That's what that live stream is showing you right here, and we're seeing what I would call the eye wall right now in the Naha area, stretching across Kadena as well. This is a live look. Let me update it. The live look out of Kadena from Ryukyu Storm Watch. Got some pretty gusty conditions there on the base too. So yeah, this is a good view of what it looks like inside. A very sloppy typhoon, kind of a relatively dry typhoon too. There's not, I mean, look at this. It doesn't look like it's wet, but they're not getting a lot of rainfall with this storm system. That's why the radar looks kind of like this. We don't see a lot of those yellows and reds here. What we have to do is just kind of look at the banding and see that wrapping around. And inside these bands, there's even that chance of some of these vorticities that kind of could wrap up too, meaning the kind of micro tornadoes that kind of kick on through as well. So plenty of going on out here right now with our storm system, and a very good live look from Earth Uncut TV. Make sure you give him a follow and watch along as well as on this stream, because they got an impressive view right there on the southeast coastline of Okinawa. Got some other people out here. We got one person out here saying that their power is... I know that in Urama the power went out. I think some other areas of central Okinawa the power went out too. So a couple of spots here where the power has gone down due to this storm system. And that's no surprise. As well as those winds kind of wrap around and get up to kind of the peak of this. The good news is usually when the power does go out here in Okinawa, it's not long lasting. It's not like Japan gets on top of it. And I bet you when they get inside of this big bulbous eye here in the near future, the conditions are going to significantly improve, and crews are already going to be out there working, get that power churned back on. But let's take a look at the latest run from the HWRF. Kind of hard at this point. It still is saying about 3 p.m. You're seeing kind of the worst of the weather out there. I think that it's going to be a little bit earlier than that. Right now, I mean, what is it? Once again, it's 10:30 a.m. The worst of the weather probably going to be in the next hour or two here for at least southern Okinawa, then working its way across the island off here towards the north. So those watching from Okinawa, it's basically on top of you right now. I know you got the winds already picking up out there. Obviously, you can see that images here, as well as with James Reynolds out there kind of giving you a good look, a live view. Actually, they're driving right now. It looks like they're kind of relocating at this moment, but they're kind of in what you would call the eye of this storm at this moment. And the good news, I haven't seen any damage reported at this point. Obviously, let's see, there's some downed trees. I have seen the reports of the power outages, so obviously there must be some issues with power and stuff, but no significant damage as what you expect with a Cat 1 severe tropical storm on Okinawa. You're not going to get that level of severe damage out here with this type of storm. The infrastructure is absolutely built for it. I'm just refreshing to see what our max wind still is 33.6 in Nanjo City. That is exactly 120 kilometers per hour. That took place at 9:07 a.m. So about an hour ago, we had the highest winds. Now, coming up in about a half hour, we will get a new report at the top of 11 o'clock to see if this specific rain band that's pushing across Nanjo, Naha, and now out towards Ginawan are going to see what the max winds are reported out here. But right now is the time, where don't venture outside. I tell you, technically at 11 o'clock, so in 20 minutes, T-Core 1E is going to be put in place for our military friends. Good. I think we're already there, given the fact we're already seeing kind of those winds gusting up 220 kilometers per hour. Let's see what Kadena is saying at this moment. They got max wind. Oh, they just had a 46 knot wind. Let me see. That's 0055. That doesn't look right, unless they're not reporting anymore. 46, yeah, because that was at the top of the hour. They haven't had it, especially in 40 minutes. That's interesting. But their latest wind report said 46 knots out there on the military base in the center of the island here. Well, it's kind of south center. So, yeah, we're going on with this right now. It's storm's still going to be tracking off towards the north. At this time, it is a severe tropical storm, according to the Japan Meteorological Agency. According to JTWC, they still got it as a typhoon, but they update every 6 hours, and I guarantee their next update, they're going to downgrade it. Granted, they do expect it to remain a typhoon over the course of the next 12 hours, but this storm is not pretty. It is an ugly, ugly, ugly duckling out here, but still packing a punch, as we are seeing at this moment. It's still definitely packing a punch. I'm not going to discredit it too much. Don't want to call it too many names here, you know what I mean? But, oops, what did I do? I clicked the back button. But at least for now, we're kind of seeing the worst of it wrap around, hitting the southeast coastline of Okinawa with these winds gusting up to typhoon strength, sustained at severe tropical storm strength, and currently seeing what we would call the eye wall of this storm system coming on shore. Reading a couple of your comments, Clad out of Cebu says, hey, greetings from Cebu. I'm sorry I didn't get to that right away. Typhoon Kamikaze also watching from you. Did you know that Typhoon, not Kamikaze, which does mean divine wind, by the way. It means like it was from the invasion of Mongolia, but yours is Typhoon Mikaze, which kaze is still a wind. So there you go. Fun fact there for you. So greetings from Cebu there and as well. So thank you guys so much for jumping on here and talking with us here. We got 34 people currently watching our live stream. Presumably, most of you are probably out of Okinawa, where we are currently seeing kind of the max winds from this storm system right now. Still, not hunker down and hold on type winds. It is, but you can see here James Reynolds out there driving. Other cars are actually out on the street. You see there too. Shouldn't be driving, but they've been in over 100 typhoons. They've been through this. They know what's up. They unfortunately, it's when other people kind of get to some places they shouldn't be. That's when you can get into trouble. But, it's all about just being smart, being safe, and don't put yourself into dangers of a situation. And there's a live look out there at Kadena from Ryuka Stormwatch. If you want to give them a follow here as well, that would be great, because they're streaming live here with the storm system as it pushes overhead with the eye wall of Typhoon Jangmi now impacting Okinawa, southern areas of the island. The eye is going to be moving on shore real soon, and I absolutely expect those winds to really back off quite significantly in the center of the storm system. And continuing to check back in with the latest wind reports out here on Okinawa Honto. Definitely at the top of the hour, we're going to get our latest kind of a update of where this storm system is at right now, or excuse me, the latest update on the wind reports, that is. And also we'll get an idea where the storm system is at right now, because it'll give you the latest on kind of where the circulation is and everything. So big shout out to everybody following along here. I'm going to go back to the stream, put it back on, up. Let me see. Yeah, Okinawa Electric now reporting thousands of homes out in the Urama City, in Okinawa City. That doesn't surprise me. Given that earlier we actually had some comments about the power going out in Urama, so Urama, I should say. Yeah, so that doesn't surprise me at all. Currently getting that eye wall of this Power's going to go out, but it'll come back on real soon. Not really too concerned. That's going to happen in a typhoon. Power's going to go out. Things are going to get shut down. That happens when you get, destructive winds. But the good news is this is not lingering too long, and they'll turn everything back on real quick. So I'm not too overtly concerned about that. Hopefully, and everybody's got their phones charged up. They prepped out ahead of them. We've had, a week and a half to kind of follow this storm system when it was all the way down here south of Guam. And not to toot my own horn, but when it was even forming way back here, I was saying this is going to probably develop and turn into a monsoonal gyre type setup and turn towards north. Don't believe me. Look at the videos from like 2 weeks ago. I was talking about this. It's saying it's probably going to head out towards Okinawa as an ugly kind of broad circulation. And voila, there you are. Big old ugly broad circulation and giant eye with this storm system. Not the prettiest. Still packing a little bit of a punch. I'll come back in about 15, 20 minutes potentially here, giving you the latest updates. Don't forget, though, if you want to listen to music or maybe you just want to follow along with James Reynolds out here, who's currently in southeastern areas of Okinawa, tracking the storm system live there. And also, we're tracking it live. I'm the guy in the chair. Meteorologist Robert Spetta with Westpac Weather. I'll be back in just a bit. currently almost 11 a.m. here in Japan. I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta, jumping back in here with another update. And on our storm system, now you may have seen I was working up some of the details here in Kadena. 50 knots has been reported. So officially at the largest base there, they are looking at those destructive winds. Naha also seen a report of 62 knots, 116 kilometers per hour. In Nanjo, 65, 120 kilometers per hour. That is officially typhoon strength winds being reported out there on the island. I'm meteorologist Robert Spett. Of course, we've been tracking along with this storm system. Taking a look, actually, let's take a look outside at our good friend James Reynolds has been running along at Earth Uncut TV, and you can follow on his stream live here on YouTube, and they're right kind of in the eye wall, or if you would call it the eye wall, here on Okinawa. Solid winds. Now here's the thing, and you can really see, and what I've been stressing for days, no, there's some other live stream or some other YouTubers out there is really screaming about the storm surge with this, and I was kept on saying not going to see a storm surge. You can see that right now with the live kind of stream there on the coast. It's just kind of a park there. Meanwhile, in a higher elevation out there at Okinawa, at Kadena, where this image is out of, Ryukyu Storm Watch streaming live, that's where you just had those winds up to 50 knots being reported at this point. And here's a live look at the radar, giving you the latest kind of view of the worst of the weather now moving on shore and impacting southern areas of Okinawa, the broad area of low pressure just down here towards the south. We're really counting the minutes until this eye comes on shore and these winds back off significantly. But right now, we're really just getting raked east to west here across Okinawa Honto. As we go ahead through the early afternoon, we're going to see the worst of this weather pushing on shore. Still typhoon strength wind gust, likely, I think, sustained. Can't be ruled out. Might see it on the immediate southeast coastline, like Nanjo City there. I think you could see some of those higher wind gusts out there. But at least for the time being, this is still on track. Still a severe tropical storm. It's going to pass right over Okinawa. And yes, you will go through the eye because this has a massive eye on it. It's going to be hard for the center of circulation to miss. It really is. It's going to be next to impossible. This is big, and actually probably going to see some clearing skies before the winds pick up on the backside. Going to be very dry on the backside of the storm. Actually, could be a little bit misleading because I think we're going to see kind of that. We're already seeing that dry air intrusion, and by the time this gets off here towards the Amami Islands overnight, you're going to see so much dry air coming into this by tomorrow. Still going to be windy, but not going to see much, if any, rainfall. Big waves, though, and like Cape Zampa on the west coast, cliff face, dangerous spot. It's going to be seeing massive waves on the west coast here. So that's going to be heading into tomorrow. Right now, kind of sheltered there. With this, but you see Ginowan into actually Yorama. I did see power outages. They're a little bit exposed. Been seeing those winds rake across there, as well as in Okinawa City. Thousands of homes without power in these spots right there. So a lot of impact still being had with this storm system across the central and southern areas of the island. But right now we are seeing kind of these bands pushing on through. And as we see with our live look from James Reynolds out here, it is definitely kicking up out there. Now, the good news, outside of down tree limbs, which is probably the cause for said power outages, like we're not seeing serious damage reports right now. We're seeing some power outages, but I haven't seen anything. In Okinawa, as we've always say, is built for this. They're absolutely built for that. This is like, if you want to live in a place where you can get a ton of typhoons and not have to worry about your home blown away, because all the infrastructure is built with reinforced concrete, like concrete with metal bars in it. That is like the building code on the southern Japanese islands. Yeah, you'll be just fine. But right now, though, yeah, those winds still kicking in from the southeast coming across the island. You can see right here, I believe this is going to be the highest of the winds. You see that already impacting Nanjo at this point, which is where James is right there, and you can see that live look. Looks like they're bouncing around. They got the. Are they going? They're getting out of the car. I mean, they must be going. Oh, you know what? They're at one of the parks. I think I know the park they're at too. I think they're at Yonaburu. I believe that's how it's said here. But yeah, you can see some down tree limbs there. They're kind of probably just trying to set up right in the spot where they're in a very exposed location. It's a park. Not really worried about storm surge at this specific spot. I am quite curious what they're up to. But I'm sure they're just trying to get out because their job is to get some good footage of these storm systems. This is literally what their job is, especially James. He does this full time. So they're probably just trying to get into a position to kind of film this. But yeah, take a look at the radar right now. I believe they are right here along the coast where we have those max winds kind of wrapping around with our storm system right now. That core starting to come on shore with the gustiest of these conditions, and we're seeing that at the moment. I mean, yeah, solid, at least severe tropical storm strength winds. I'm just hitting the refresh button on this. 33.6 meter per second at 9:07 in Naha. At 9:52 a.m., we had a report of 32.3 meters per second. If we go back to this right here, I believe that is, that's that 62, that's 116 kilometers per hour out there. So, yeah, these are max wind gust reports, not sustained, but we are definitely getting sustained at tropical storm strength there. So, Miyako-jima, just towards the west, also reported 96 kilometers per hour. Nanjo City, max of typhoon strength. As of now, at 11 a.m. Japan time, T-Core 1E has been issued. So one emergency has been issued in Okinawa for our military friends out there. It means keep your butt inside. Seriously, though. You stay inside. That's the T-Core 1E. There is destructive winds are occurring. Outdoor movement is prohibited. Remaining indoors as we see our videographer, James Reynolds, who does not follow, of course, the rules with the U.S. Navy and the Marines and everything there. They are outside, but they've been through over 100 typhoons. These are the type of people that you can trust being outside. And, yeah, you see them. They're right there on the coast, though. No storm surge or anything like that. Some down tree limbs, things like that. They're just kind of following along here with this. But seeing some pretty decent waves come on shore, too, just offshore. 20 to 30 feet crashing in spots there. But serious weather going on here in southern Okinawa. One more look at that satellite picture, and then we're going to look at the broader view of our storm system as it races off towards the north. It is, by this evening, you are definitely going to be inside of the eye of this storm system. I would still say the next few hours, which means the winds are going to back off quickly on the back side of it. That's what we really can see on radar too. If we go back to the radar, let's pull back the picture. So I've been zoomed in, but if we just kind of look at the broader view, there's all this dry air filtering in. So once we get this dry air and we get this right here coming out shore, those winds are going to improve. It is just offshore, but first you have to get through the eye wall, and that is what is bringing these gusty conditions here along our coastline, and those winds gusting up to typhoon strength right now. We got 50 people watching here on our live stream. Thank you very much. Let me know where you're watching from. If you're watching from around the world, maybe you got some friends or family in any specific locations, I would like to hear from you. Or if you're watching from Okinawa and you're probably thinking, when the heck is this going to end? It's not supposed to end till tonight, right? Well, I think JMA has been a little overzealous and slow on the wind speeds. I do believe that we're going to see the worst of this in the next few hours. We're currently seeing kind of the outer, what you would call the eye wall, impacting southern areas of Okinawa right now. And that eye is moving towards the north ever so. It's going to get there, I promise. And once it does, those winds are going to dramatically start to drop off from the south, heading off towards the north here. But Amir Malo, how you doing tonight? 2903 Okinawa. Thank you very much for coming on out here. I hope you're staying safe. Ohio gozaimasu. Yeah, kyo. Honto kaze. Oh, shoot, I haven't spoke Japanese in a while. I just said today, and there's a lot of wind. Very, very descriptive conversation I have with people there. But yeah, for real though, it is. Yeah, the winds continue to pick up. You can see rotation with these winds coming on shore right now. So, looking at the broader picture, I do want to just kind of remind you that we still have that inflow coming in on the backside of this. So we are looking at showers starting to pick up across the west coast of the Philippines, especially during the afternoon. But more so heading into the mid part of the upcoming week, you're really going to see some heavy rainfall for a lot of our friends out here across the west coast of Luzon. Just as this storm system lifts off towards the north, that southwest monsoonal flow combined with a new low trying to develop right there, really enhancing that monsoon and creating heavy showers here through Wednesday, Thursday, and the Friday. Could have spots seeing as much as 300 to 500 millimeters separately from the storm we have out there right now. We got 54 people coming on right now. I think it's probably because people are waking up and we're getting to the kind of the peak of this storm system in Okinawa. So I bet you a lot of people are probably trying to go on and search for the streams here. I am meteorologist Robert Spett if you're coming on right now, and I am the guy in the chair, basically, here at Westpac Weather. We track typhoons, not only this one or any around Japan, but all across the Western Pacific. Been doing this since 2009, so it's been a bit now. Typhoon Mikaze. Don't worry, Robert, my Japanese is also bad. Yeah, it is. You get a couple drinks in me, somehow it suddenly turns really, really good. Or so I think. But anyways, yeah, right now, our storm system continuing. Actually, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to look at the radar. But our storm system continuing to move onshore, and those winds still rolling through here across the southeast coast. I mean, just take a look at the satellite right now, the radar, excuse me. It's getting to that point where, you know, we're getting close to these winds backing off for at least the southern coastline. You just see it's just offshore. Right now, though, kind of getting those gusts right on the coast. And, yeah, it's still going to be, you know, and I say there's going to be a break. It is going to be through this evening, but you see the extent of the wind field here. Because the backside, albeit it's going to be dry, it is still going to be fairly windy on the backside of the storm system, especially on the west coast. So Cape Zampa, Americatown, a lot of those spots on the western seaboard, you're going to be seeing kind of those windy conditions tonight into tomorrow. But this evening, as the center of just this big fat eye pushes overhead, we're going to see a significant period where we have a lull in the gustiest of conditions. I'm sorry, I'm watching James's live stream here as well. He's got some good stuff going on. I don't know if he's at an evacuation shelter or what, but he's at one of the parks out here, and he got staff there just securing things. So kind of interesting if you're following along with his stuff. But right now, though, they're out there. They're right on the coast, making sure everybody kind of keeping you all informed of what's happening out here. I've seen a lot of people commenting about they got maybe family members overseas stationed out here in Okinawa, and they're kind of curious what it's happening with this storm system. If you are one of those people, thank you very much for jumping on here and following along with us here at Western Pacific Weather. I truly appreciate it. I can tell you from personal experience, being in the military out there and also working on TV in Japan, is that the buildings of the southwestern islands, the Ryukyu, southern Japanese islands, are built for this. It would be surprising to see damage. And anytime we have seen damage from storms like this, it is because maybe it was like a shed that wasn't supposed to be there, or scaffolding. But James was driving around in some of the gustier conditions earlier, and I didn't see any like damage really. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, once again, though, T-Core 1E as of 11 a.m. has been officially put in place for the military out here. This is a live look from Kadena Ryuku Stormwatch, Typhoon Rokban. They are showing you a live look from Kadena here, and big thanks to him for keeping us posted on what's happening out there on the base. And it's kind of nice little image there. I wouldn't expect any damage here outside of maybe a flying trampoline cruising on through. That's an inside joke for everybody out here. Maybe you're like, why does he keep up bringing up trampolines? Because there always is one flying somewhere on a military base in Okinawa, Japan. I guarantee when this is all over with, I will at least get one photo of a trampoline sitting on somebody's car or something. The poly market, I'm betting on it. So yeah, it's a true story. It's raining in Rizal with the winds, so we're talking about out here in the Philippines. Riley is saying, yeah, you got some pretty decent storms wrapping around. Of course, that monsoon tapped in, and yeah, I can see what you're talking about. Look at the storms over Manila right now. A lot of lightning. This is somewhat attached to our storm system. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to try to, well, that's loading. I'm going to try to pull up the latest radar from Pagasa here. Let's see if it actually loads, because, you know, Pagasa. Sometimes the radar works. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you get a very low resolution garbage shot like this, but it does show some pretty decent storms over the Metro Manila area right now. So thank you very much for Riley for jumping in on there and sharing that. Yeah, it does look like some nasty little weather there, all part of the monsoon that has turned on behind our typhoon as that wraps in and just kind of attached to it. So indirectly, yeah, it is storming here in the NCR right now, but indirectly it is associated with this kind of big, fat, stupid monsoonal gyre look this storm system has. I don't like it. You can tell I don't like it. I just said it's a big, stupid, fat monsoonal gyre. Typhoon Mikaze also saying, yeah, just in Bulacan, just north of Manila, looking at some storms. I see that as well. If we go back to the radar, yeah, you guys got some pretty decent storms all the way out towards Pampanga. Looking at some actually some pretty decent weather, and it's all part of this. It's probably going to be kicking in place. I mean, kind of early in the morning to have them here. I would expect them to peak during the peak of daytime heating, but a little surprised to see it already. But that is kind of par for the course for a monsoonal setup here. As far as those storms are concerned, you're pretty much going to see these on and off throughout the day. So definitely just a weather alert for the NCR over the course of the next few days. And this is just kind of the initial part of it, because we're going to get the secondary low developing behind this storm. And that next low really is going to help kind of increase those showers here across the west coast of Luzon. And that's what I've been showing here with this specific graphic. The secondary low developing off the coast of Vietnam, and you can see that moisture just getting squeezed on shore. And I think we're going to see tropical storm strength winds potentially around the Subic area out towards a good portion of Region 1. And then this storm, you know, the ECMWF continuing to try to wrap it up. What the hell? Heading part of my language. But yeah, all the way up through Saturday and Sunday towards Okinawa. The GFS hasn't been showing that, but the ECMWF wants to develop another storm system by next weekend. I'm not a fan of that. I think we need a break here. We absolutely need a break. Let's see what the GFS shows for this next storm system too. What, next Saturday? Okay, thankfully the GFS still doesn't have too much here. This is for next Saturday for the GFS, and then you see the ECMWF shows that instead, which is kind of interesting. Huh. Yeah, well, that's next week's problem. Right now, we're dealing with that. So, we got stuff to deal with. Next week's problem is next week's problem. But right now, I mean, if you got plans in the area, maybe you want to check up on your plans for next weekend. But I'm just hitting the refresh button on our radar. Woof, look at that. Yeah, okay, this banding really tightening up. You might get the wind squeezing up against the hills here as we get that final gust of the eye. Yeah, I think this is where we're going to have those typhoon strength winds right here. Starting to come on shore. Here are the southern portions of Okinawa, Honto, and I would not be surprised if I get some pretty high wind reports out here. I just want to make sure nothing has been updated. Still at 33.6 meters per second or 120 kilometers per hour for the max wind in Nanjo City. That is on the southeast coast of Okinawa Honto. I keep on saying Okinawa Honto. Honto is island. Okinawa Island. If you're not sure why I say that, because Okinawa Prefecture, which is like a county in Japan, is also Kumijima, Miyako-jima, Ishigaki, and Yonaguni, and even the Minami Daito, the Daito Islands, located off here towards the east. And then once you get up to Yoran and towards the north, that is part of the Amami Islands, including Amami-jima, which also is Amami Island. There's some little geography funness for you guys out here. Maybe you weren't aware of that if you lived out here in Okinawa, or maybe you are, and I'm just an idiot. Keep on talking to myself. This is what happens when you talk to yourself for hours. Usually Rio joins with me, but she's not feeling great today, so send Rio some love. And Rio, being my wife, usually joins in and asks the questions that she does a really good job at asking the questions that I don't think of, and that a lot of the viewers probably think of. Anyways, so here's that band right now. This is it. This is the show coming on shore right now out here in southeastern areas of Okinawa, which is why, take a look at that's a live look out there in the southeast coastline. That wind is absolutely cruising. This is a video feed from Earth Uncut TV. Good friends of ours here at Westpac Weather, James Reynolds, Mark out there, been tracking this storm system, and they are watching those winds rip on shore right now. Typhoon strength winds, severe tropical storm strength sustained. Lizard McGizzard. That is a heck of a name. Is saying, thanks for providing the updates. My brother is located on the west side of Okinawa, and my family is worried. Shouldn't be. West side is definitely in a much better situation than the southeast coast. And the southeast coast, and here's the thing, even the southeast coast, if you have anybody that lives in the Nanjo area where this video is coming out of, live shot from James Reynolds there, the infrastructure is built for it. The trees are made for it. They get so many super typhoons here that when you get a typhoon, it's like a Cat 1. I'm not going to downplay it because it is still a serious storm, and T-Core 1E is in place for our military friends out here and everything. But what am I doing here? But it is like, as long as your brother stays inside, and I assume when you say the west side, so I'm assuming he's probably in Ginawan. That's where a lot of the military is located. It's the American Town area there. Or Naha City, or Chatan, or Kadena Town here, Kadena, Okinawa, Yomidan. This is like where a lot of people are. The island kind of protects that side when we have these winds coming in from the southeast. Tomorrow it will pick up there. Probably not going to be seeing a lot of rain as we go ahead through tonight into tomorrow because it's very dry in the backside of this. My point is, as long as your brother's like just staying inside and chill and just riding out the storm, not heading out to the coast or anything like that, should be just fine. And I know it seems ironic because I keep on sharing this video from James Reynolds, but here's the deal. He's been through over 100 typhoons, super typhoons, and the most crazy, I'm sure he's got a famous video from like Typhoon Haiyan that's used everywhere, like the storm surge and everything. So this is like a literally walk in the park, quite literally, because it looks like he's at a park right now. Riley's on here, says, I love the rain and cool cloudy weather rather than hot. Yeah, right now in the Philippines, you are starting to get that rainfall, helping the cool things down out there. So that's some good news with that. So Lizard McGizzard, I hope I helped answer your question too about your brother out there. I'm sure he's just fine. Might be out of power though, and I only say that because I have seen some reports of power outages here on the East Coast around the Yorama area in Okinawa City. Maybe over towards Chatan as well. You've probably seen some power outages too. So there is some of that taking place, but at least for the time being, no significant damage reported. No injuries have been reported as of the latest I'm seeing here. So yeah, that's what we got right now. I'm just kind of scrolling through some of the I'm just going to go through and check some of the updates. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to just bounce this on. I'm going to see if I can find, maybe scrape the edit. I'm just going to try to see if we got any new information. I'm just going through some of the websites here, just making sure when I say there's no injuries or anything like that. That I have the latest information. I do know 400 flights have been impacted. So we don't have any injuries or anything like that, but 400 flights have been impacted, which makes sense. I was watching Flight Radar earlier, didn't see any, like all the flights are canceled, obviously, in and out of Okinawa. Currently, though, still no damage being reported out here. Just gonna try to update this. I think I just saw one of my friends. That was one of my Nihonjin friends from my a meteorologist out here covering this storm system right now. Oh, there she is. Oh, I just here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. This young lady right here on the right, an old friend of mine. So that's kind of cool to see here. Yeah, and I actually remember when I worked on NHK using those little pom-pom sticks is what we would call it. Anyways, yeah, but right now I'm just kind of reading through the NHK website, just trying to take a look, making sure there's no new information or anything like that that's been put out. And they're probably going to be the spot that if there was any injuries, it would come through on here. Let's see. But right now, nothing being reported. So that's good. Just power outages and flight cancellations, which is to be absolutely expected with a storm like this. I would be surprised if there wasn't power outages and flight cancellations, but I would be surprised if we get any. And if we get any injuries, and this is just my guess with this type of storm, is the injuries would be superficial, like somebody. Like I remember somebody was trying to go outside and the door slammed on their hand and they broke their arm because they tried to go out in the storm. Not this storm, this was years ago, but that's the type of stuff you'll see with this type of specific setup here and this type of a storm system on Okinawa. You won't hear about like flooding, destroying homes and stuff like that. It's more about when people get stuck out there in these high winds and they're not really paying attention. Lizard McGizzard, I still love that name. I love saying it. That is a great YouTube handle. Says, thank you. I believe Yomitan, and you absolutely did help out. Well, I do appreciate it. If I did help, though, hit that like and subscribe button. There's my shoo-in of saying the subscribe button. Also, if you want to support the channel, always appreciate that, but I'm never going to. That's just there. But yeah, big thanks so very much there, Lizard McGizzard, as well as Riley. Oh yeah, I already read that comment. So thank you guys so much for coming on here and supporting it and talking and in the chat. I do appreciate that. Like I said, Rio's usually up here talking with me, but she's not feeling great today, so it's just me talking. But it looks like as I said, the eye of this storm system getting awfully close to coming on shore right now on the southern coastline. I'm gonna try to pull up the camera out at the airport, because I bet you that will probably see the most improved weather here at first. But right now, a wild live video. Look at that. This is Earth Uncut TV. Go and watch his live stream as well as this one. His is more about what's happening right there. I'm giving you a broader view, and I want to answer some of your questions. But they got leaves flying on by. He's right on the coast. I'm not worried of like a building flying at him or anything like that. But they're sheltered behind a solid, sturdy building, kind of looking out towards the side here. Wild video from James and Mark there right now, though, watching the storm system. Goodness gracious. And then there's a live look out at Kadena. Winds picking up there, too. In fact, I wonder what Kadena is saying. And now we're just going to refresh it. Max winds of 50 knots still reported out there. So that is solid, about 50 knots is struck. That's why it's in T-Core 1E. I can't read Korean, and I will never try. But somebody on here just wrote hello. So, hey, how's it going? And thank you very much for jumping on this live stream of Typhoon Jangmi as we continue to track the storm system. I do know Jangmi is a Korean word, which means rose, if I'm correct. So, yeah, fun little fact for our Korean friend who just jumped on here and said hello in the comment section. All right, so watching this right now, though, with her storm system, eye wall of it, or what you would call the eye wall, currently coming on shore into southern Okinawa. And definitely we got those winds out there right now kicking absolutely up. And I'm seeing reports of power outages. Winds gusting right now up to typhoon strength, sustained at about serious. Oh, actually, you know what? Naha right now, I'm looking at the one at the airport at 20 meters per second. That's the highest sustained wind I have seen here thus far. So I'm just checking something. I am seeing if we got any. I'm going to pull up a live stream from the airport. This one is from RBC News. I'm not going to put them up too long because I'd imagine they're going to get annoyed. The other streams I'm using are from friends, so I'm not going to, I know they're not going to get copyright on me. But this one from RBC News is at the Naha Airport, just showing you that what it looks like there right now. Pretty bad weather. Follow them on their stream if you want more information on what's happening right there. But yeah, I think the airport's kind of a good view of where we're seeing some of the worst of the weather right now. James is located just north of the airport out here, and then there's that live look, of course, at Kadena. But yeah, I mean, right now, Naha definitely getting these winds up to typhoon gust at the very least here at the moment. Yeah, that 20 meters per second is wild. What exactly is? I know it's well below 50 knots. Sustained tropical storm strength, 38 knots. That's about, what, 80 kilometers? No, it's not 80. 60 kilometers per hour, 70? Oh, goodness. Trying to do math in my head. I got about 50 people on here right now watching me fail at math. Anyways, so right now, though, we're kind of in the worst of it once more time. And with that said, I've repeated myself a few times here. The current time is 11:32 a.m. in Japan, 10:32 a.m. in the Philippines. We got a lot of people watching with the latest on this storm system, and I can't stress enough, if you like these updates, hit that subscribe button. Follow Earth Uncut TV as well as this stream right here. He is streaming live right on the waterfront there on the southeastern areas of Okinawa. I believe he's around the Nanjo and they're looking at some pretty wild winds right now from this storm system. So I will be back in just a bit. If you got any specific questions, maybe you got some friends, families, or you're out here in Okinawa and you're trying to say, when the heck is this going to end? Let me know where you're at. Let me know where you're watching from, and I will get back to you. I'm going to take a little break here. Been talking continuously for a solid hour now, so we'll come back in just a bit. Put on a little music, loop through the graphics. I'm not going anywhere, though. I'll stay here so you can continue to watch along. time is currently 11:45 a.m. in Okinawa, Japan. Just had a wind gust reported in Naha at 68 knots, 126 kilometers per hour. That's right about 80 miles per hour. Solid Category 1 winds being seen out there, as well as in Nanjou City. Some winds up that high. Sustained at severe tropical storm strength, and continue to track as what you would call the eye wall of this storm system, now moving on ashore here in Okinawa. Meteorologist Robert Spetta keeping you posted on what's happening with our storm system. Got a few people on here in the comments in the last few minutes. Just chimed on, including Richard out here. Thank you very much for coming in. Says, thank you, Robert, for keeping us here on the U.S. update. We have children that have moved there, and this could be the first typhoon. So, yeah, really happy to keep you guys informed, and I hope that they're staying safe out here. I'm sure they absolutely are, to be honest with you. Right now, we're seeing kind of the worst of the storm system. Out here in Okinawa, you can see a live look from videographer James Reynolds. He's on the southeast coast, and they're really giving you a good view of what it looks like to be inside of a typhoon. There are some solid straight line winds there at Earth Uncut TV, showing what's happening right there in exposed area. Now a little bit more sheltered up in Kadena. This is if you do have those kids out here that are in the military. This is probably about the part where they're at. It looks a lot better because they're kind of a little bit away from the coast. Not far. The island's only so big, but it does make a difference even if you go in like a half a mile or even a couple hundred feet off of the beach. It makes a vast difference as far as how high those winds are here. But looking wild with James Reynolds out here right now at Earth Uncut TV. Melissa out at Tsunabe saying it's pretty windy right now. Yeah, you know, I agree, Melissa. Definitely not surprised to hear that. Thank you very much for your report. Absolutely appreciate it. Right now we are seeing that core of this storm. Look at this, wrapping it around. And that is really what we're seeing out here on the southeast coastline. It is getting nasty right now here in that specific area. Stand by. I'm just going to write something here. All right, so almost noontime here in Okinawa. It's 11:48. Expecting the worst of this between about 12 and 3 p.m. Here for southern areas of the island. And then I think most of the late afternoon and the evening is going to be lighter winds out here in Okinawa because of this big, fat, stupid, ugly eye that we have around this storm system. And that is not a technical word by any means, but it really is a broad eye. Absolutely lighter winds, of course, in that. But you can see right here the max of these winds wrapping around right in there in this banding, which are currently over Okinawa on the southern portions of the island. Let me hit the refresh button on the radar here. Let's see. Yeah, it's going right over the island right now. That is it. And you know what? Give it a few minutes. Give it a few minutes, and we're going to see those winds improve here. But right now, that it doesn't look too bad. And what's happening is that the winds come along here and they hit the mountains. I call them mountains, hills of southern Okinawa, and it's causing a little bit of uplift. So of course the radar is picking up on that. That's why these areas are in yellow and red as that kind of scoots across. It hits that and it kind of ramps up the cloud cover here. But fairly heavy rain at this moment, and we can see that live look. That is a wild video from James Reynolds just showing this, and I'm going to continue to watch along here live because I wonder. Look, Mark's. I wonder what he's saying. He's a madman. He's having a good time. Watch him at Earth Uncut TV. They got some. They got their live coverage going on over there of this storm system. I'm just kind of pushing along. Ooh. 56 knots just reported at the Kadena. So absolutely justifies the T-core condition out there. I tell you that. That's a big jump. That is the last was 50 knots. Now they're at 56 knots. What's that in kilometers per hour? Let me take a guess. 115? 103. I was way off. Just updating the high wind graphic here before I forget. So yeah, Kadena, 56 knots or 103 kilometers per hour just reported out there on that at the military base. So shows you max winds in Naha, not 126 or 68 knots. Nanjo City, 65 knots. Both of those spots, that is officially typhoon strength winds. Kadena, not quite that high, but still high enough to cause damage, and that's why they use the 50-knot threshold as damaging winds, and we're seeing that right now. No wonder T-Core 1E is in place for our friends out here on the base. Actually, I want to see if I can find any other reports. Do have some fresh video. Oh goodness, there goes James walking out into the wind. This video coming out of Okinawa. This is from Mark Chang. It's a friend of ours here at the channel. Just shared this wild video. That is good stuff right here. Check this thing out. Scrolling along there, it does look like this is a very similar spot. I bet you this is around the Nanjo area. Now, you know, I've seen some other forecasters say, "Oh, storm surge is going to be an issue," and I kept saying, "No, not really." And you can even see here now, high tide is around 8 p.m. Right now, we're at low tide, but it's not really an issue in Okinawa. It's always the wind. And wild video coming out from there right now. This is a live look. I say wild, you know, solid severe tropical storm, low-end typhoon strength winds here. Lara 1166 says, "My son on base." Now there are I think 27 bases or something like that. It's a lot. On Okinawa, I would assume you probably mean Futema or Kadena, one or the other there. Those are the two big ones. Let me know. Or the Navy base. If they're an Air Force, then they're probably on Kadena, Futema, Marine, or Okinawa Naval base. Obviously, Navy, right? So, yeah. But then there's a lot of other depots and stuff like that. But if he's on base, then he's probably just fine, staying inside and staying safe here, because you can see out there right now on the southern coastline, definitely some winds kicking in, some wild video coming out of there right now. So that's a look at. I'm actually going to share this onto my page. Boop. I wonder if anybody's wrote me with some videos. I gotta make sure. Just gotta make sure. Okay, good. No one sent me anything directly onto here. That's a good video from our friend Mark out there, keeping us posted on what's happening there in southeastern Okinawa as we see this eye wall. What you would call the eye wall moving on shore. Camp Foster! Yeah, Camp Foster is another one of the ones there. Or Laura, greetings from Okinawa. Will says, "Will be me forever." Eva, greetings from Okinawa. I hope you're staying safe there. Yeah, it's looking pretty wild out there right now. It just showed you a second ago. That was live video from the southeast coastline where that wind's coming on shore. We have the eye wall, or what would be the eye wall. I have a hard time calling it the eye wall because this is such an ugly storm. But the worst of the weather currently impacting southern areas of Okinawa. And then over the next hour or two, we're going to see those winds back off a bit. That video was from Naha Port down south. Yep. So, okay, not Nanjo, Naha Port. That's more like right in this area here, though. It is definitely down south where you kind of have the highest of the winds right in there. But, yeah, that's raking across the southern coast of the island right now where We've had the highest winds at Typhoon strength. In fact, let me hit the refresh button here on our wind reports from 35.2 at 11:19. It's not the same one that I had before, is it? Yeah, that's still the 68 knots that I recorded earlier. So, yeah, it's still 68 knots, about 129 kilometers per hour is still it's a Cat 1. Cat 1 wind gust, not even sustained. I'm going with the gust right now. We have not had any typhoon strength wind gust reported on, or excuse me, typhoon strength sustained winds reported at any of the reporting sites on Okinawa right now. That might change, though, with this kind of the absolute worst of the weather passing overhead. Somebody asked on here on a different chat, what about Katena? It definitely not as bad as the immediate coastline. That's a live look from Ryuka Stormwatch. Give them a follow here. This is on the base there, and yeah, it's not nearly as bad as out on the coast where we got. Let me hit that the live feed here. That, of course, there's looks like their feed ended. Looks like they took it down. Maybe they ran out. Earth Uncut TV. Maybe they lost their signal there. But yeah, pretty wild stuff right there on the coast. The actual base, though, which is just a little bit inland, not nearly as bad as right there on the coastline. Their winds are a little bit lower. But as I just showed you a second ago, I mean, we did have that max wind report on the base of Cadena there at 56 knots or 103 kilometers per hour. The highest wind recorded so far has been in Naha of 68 knots. So for all intents and purposes, that's not much different. If you're standing outside and something hits you in the head, it's not going to feel good in either scenario here. All right, so that's looking at the storm. I do want to give you guys a quick forecast. So if we got a good number of people watching right now. Broader donut shape on this storm system. It is a monsoonal gyre, if I've ever seen one, meaning it has a big fat bulbous eye. A lot of dry air filtering in on the back side of it too. So as we go ahead through the next few hours, seeing the worst of the weather, here working the way from south to north with this initial rain band that's passing overhead right this second. We're seeing the typhoon strength winds. That's going to cross the island of Okinawa as we go ahead through this afternoon into the evening. And by this evening, you're going to be inside the eye. It is a large eye. It is a low pressure gradient inside of it. That means the winds are going to back off quite significantly. So the low level center will be passing directly over Okinawa, but for the course of hours, you're probably going to have no to next to nothing wind out here, or it's going to be much lighter, and you're going to go, well, is that it? Well, it'll pick back up a bit on the backside, but it'll be a lot drier. Then our storm system shifts off towards Kyushu, Shikoku, into Honshu, where we're going to be looking at some heavy rainfall even into the Tokyo area as we go ahead to the midday on Wednesday. Flood threat and landslide threat, the bigger issue further off towards the north. But the highest winds being here late morning, where we're seeing right now, heading up to about noontime and through the early afternoon, about 12 to 3 o'clock before conditions do start to improve on the backside as his eye pushes through, and then the backside of it's going to be a lot drier as this pushes off towards the north and east. So, yeah, and then, the winds won't be light on the immediate coastal areas of mainland Japan, but definitely a lot less than what we're seeing out here with these proper typhoon strength conditions out on Okinawa Honto. Meanwhile, though, you look at the broader picture as our storm system pulls away towards the north, we're going to have more messy weather develop up behind this, with the monsoon kicking in for our friends across the Philippines, and even a secondary low developing right in there that could eventually impact, unfortunately, Okinawa next weekend. Yeah, there's the potential. I think we're confident on this enhancing the monsoon across the northwestern coastline of Luzon, but then it's going to tap into this and then maybe spin up a secondary monsoonal low right there, and eventually bring some heavy rain potentially to the southern Japanese islands. Someone in here, Hank, says, are we going to go to work tomorrow? That is up to your bosses. For military, it has to be in T-Core 1 recovery, and really just depends. I think we're still going to have some gusty winds on the backside of it, but I really doubt on the backside if it will be up to 50 knots. I think right now you're seeing absolute worst of the storm system. Once you get inside the eye, it's going to improve, and then the backside, it's going to be a lot drier, but still windy. But tomorrow morning, the storm is already going to be moved on. So my guess, unless you got a cautious boss, you're probably going to work tomorrow. I think this is going to be well moved on, unless your work has power outage or something. I don't know. But generally speaking, the weather across Okinawa is going to be vastly improved here as we go ahead into tomorrow. But yeah, there's a look at the rainfall forecast for our friends in the Philippines, where you have that inflow and a lot of rain out here for Region 1 all the way down towards Manila, 300 to 500 millimeters in spots on the back side of the storm system as that next area tries to develop. So that's a look at the broader picture of our forecast here as we continue to track Jangmi and the worst of the weather passing right now over the southern coastline of Okinawa Honto. Based on our radar view we got right now, let me see something. Oh no, James is back up live here. I thought they were down. So yeah, there you go. That is the worst of it right now. Make sure you follow him at Earth Uncut TV. They got a good stream going right there on the coast of that wind kicking on through. I'm taking a screen capture. That's why I want to make sure I leave. Make sure you guys understand that I'm taking their feed here. And yeah, Earth Uncut TV right there. James and Mark, they've been through over 100 typhoons. They know what they're doing. And I'm sure they're being very well safe. I know they're positioned behind a very strong kind of building right there on the immediate coastline. But you can see, look at the radar. The conditions are going to be improving here on the south coast pretty soon. You know, you got that banding right over Yorama as well. Let's take a live look out at Kadena. It's about the worst that it's going to be right there. Wild video right here, though. And then we can take a look at the satellite picture. Got that clearing eye trying to filter in behind it here. But this is definitely that band where the worst. Let's pull up the infrared satellite imagery here. Yeah, it's this band right here that is bringing this messy weather that we're seeing right now. I say messy. It's a full-on, like, severe tropical storm. But yeah, that's where the highest of the winds are concerned, right in here. So this is moving towards north at about 15-20 kilometers per hour off like this. And then give the rest of the afternoon into the evening. You see this big clear area right here. All of this is moving directly over the island, and there is not much to speak of inside of there. It is no rain. The winds are going to back off quite significantly. There will be gusty conditions on the back side of it, but if you go back to the satellite picture, there's so much dry air filtering in that it really is a lopsided storm system. So I'm going to stay here with you guys until we at least get this eye overhead, which is happening right now. We're starting to see kind of the eye wall move on shore, and we're going to have this eye moving on in just the next few minutes. But definitely getting some solid wind gust out here. Let's take a check at our wind. 35.2 was the highest up until now. In Naha, which is about 68 knots or 128 kilometers per hour, about 80 miles per hour, all Cat 1 strength gust. No sustained winds at Typhoon strength, but we are seeing those gusts up and over 50 knots at this moment. So let me know where you're watching from. Let me know if we got any of the military Mets might be watching. I would really appreciate that. I know we got a bunch of them out there in Okinawa, and hopefully you guys are doing a good job tracking the storm system and staying safe, keeping everybody safe out here as well. All right, so that's a look at the latest information on this storm system. I'm going to put the music back on, so I don't want to ruin my voice, and I will come back in a bit if we get any new reports. Every time I see an update on the wind, I do try to check it and keep that updated here as well. But that's what we got going on right now. Let me know if you have any questions too Really would like to hear you guys and hear some of your feedback on these streams, or just let me know where you're watching from as well. But yeah, right now looks like the worst of this storm system that we've been getting all morning currently impacting Okinawa from the south towards the north, but we got some improving conditions coming in the very near future, working its way in from the south. But a wild video right now, live view out here where the core in that eye wall is coming on shore right now, and this is right here is why you are told stay inside during the storm system, because you can see all these little bits of debris flying on by, and it is that's the type of stuff that can hurt you. It's not the winds, it's these little like sticks that are flying by at a solid 50-60 miles per hour. It's gonna hurt. Will be me. It says being in the eye is total chill time. Yeah, but here's the thing, and Will, I totally understand what you're saying. You're going to be in the eye for a long time with this, and the backside of the storm system is so disintegrated. There's so much dry air intrusion. I don't think it's going to get wild on the backside of this. It's becoming so lopsided that I think tonight it will get windy again, but I don't think it's going to get wild. I think this initial shot we're getting right now, but then you see over here, there's just so much dry air. I mean, it's going to get windy at times. And it'll be coming in from the west. So our friends out here, like in Shatan, Americatown, not Okinawa City so much, but Naha, the backside is definitely going to be solid winds, but I'm not as concerned as the leading edge of this, just because this is where we got kind of the winds back in. But it was a good point. It's a good point. Don't want people to let their guard down inside of the eye here after that pass is over. But I'm watching James's live stream, and I'm waiting for conditions to improve on it. It's still looking pretty wild out there right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see the winds back off noticeably here in the next few minutes. In fact, let me pull up the live camera out at the airport. I wonder. Just pulling up the live camera, because the airport is probably going to be one of the first spots to see the improvements here. But first, it's going to be really bad before it gets better. And yeah, I'm seeing that on James's feed right now. Well, looking pretty standard at the airport here. That's a live look out at Naha's airport. That Pikachu plane has been sitting there right in the front. Steve out here, it says Noak FDO here from our old stomping grounds. Hey, Steve. Yeah, I worked out there in Yokosuka for a bit. How you doing? What's your idea for rainfall amounts in the Yokosuka area? I haven't actually tallied up rainfall amounts. I think based on what we're looking out there, it probably could be a few inches. I just had the let's pop up this graphic here. Hey, if you guys ever need a civilian forecaster out there at NOAC, give me a shout. I would give an arm and a leg to go back to Yokosuka. Absolutely loved it out there. But I'm looking for the rainfall here with my guidance. I mean, this does show, this is showing over 300 millimeters. I think that's going to be on the high side, at least for Yokosuka. I think those higher numbers are mainly in the mountains out there. Personally, I would say less than 100 millimeters in Yokosuka. You're so close to the coast, you might get some funneling as that storm system kind of heads off into your direction, though. I think that's what's going to be interesting with it, is that as this moves towards the north along the coastline, of Honshu, just before, like by the time that low level center is kind of closer to Nagoya, you might get some funneling racing up the Tokyo Bay there, in between Chiba and Kanagawa, and that could bring some gustier conditions out ahead of it. But yeah, some solid severe tropical storm strength winds, but not the craziest stuff. Definitely rain's going to be the bigger issue, especially I think for inland areas a little bit further off into the mountains, like Yokota area, probably going to get a lot more rain than the immediate coast of Yokosuka and out there in the coastline of the Izu Peninsula and Kanagawa Peninsula there. But yeah, thanks for checking in, Steve, here. I really appreciate it. Send me a message if you ever guys want to chat or anything out there at NOAC. I would, like I said, give an arm and a leg to go back there and do some work out there in Yokosuka. Absolutely loved working there. Robin's on here, says, my flight got canceled. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that. Is it going to be sunny the whole week? After this storm system, yeah, next week, and though another storm is probably going to be brewing right on its heels, though, and the next one could bring another round of some just straight up messy weather here for Okinawa by next weekend. So please don't tell me, Robin, that you have another flight scheduled for next weekend out here, because I think you're going to have some issues here with it. Let's go back to that live look from videographer James Reynolds and Mark out here, and yeah, it's still ripping on the southeast coast of Okinawa Honto, but I maybe it's just my eyes playing tricks on me, but it does look like at least some sunshine coming in. But I think we're getting it. We're getting there right now. This is it. This is the show right here. Oops. I didn't have the camera up. There we go. Sco, I'm just, Johnson, just not sure how to do it on YouTube. I don't know what you're talking about, but you're watching the video right now, and that's what matters here. So thank you very much. But yeah, absolutely ripping. This is solid severe. Actually, let's pull up the JMA. Let's see if we got any higher wind gusts over 35.2. Still that 168 knots, the max wind gust reported in Naha. Yeah, that's the max gust right now out here in Naha at the moment. But I'm seeing this is looking pretty nasty out here on the southeast coast of Okinawa Honto, where we're getting some of these videos. Same with the Kadena area. Just checking something. I am curious, because we just had that question from Steve out there in Yokosuka, so I'm just kind of actually a little bit curious. I'm personally kind of curious of the forecast here by Wednesday afternoon, that rains that's coming in. Yeah, I still stick by that 50 to maybe 150 millimeters of rainfall, but definitely the winds, kicking up there. Taking a look at windy, I hear with the ECMWF. This was the funneling I was talking about. I will be a little bit concerned about for our friends out here in Kanagawa Prefecture as this heads up north to north by Wednesday afternoon through the evening. You kind of could see a little bit of funneling squeezing between Chiba and Kanagawa, and this is often an issue out here, especially for shipping traffic. Now, the good news, the Yokosuka base is sheltered by all of this, so hopefully no ships decide to sortie out here, because they are definitely sheltered more than they would be out to sea. So if you are Steve, if you are if you have any notifications to any of the captains or admirals out there about sending the ships out, let them know. If it was me, I would be like, yeah, that I would stay in port because it's going to be really bad out to sea versus staying in port there. But yeah, thanks. Glad to help you out there, and really do appreciate it. You jumping on here. Please shoot me a message if you ever get a civilian position open there. I would, like I said, give an arm and a leg to come back there to Yokosuka. It's absolutely awesome there. And right near Tokyo, my old stomping grounds, as a lot of you guys know, lived out there, and I absolutely loved it. But we're taking a look at the broader picture here, and let's go back to the live look from James. It is still ripping on Okinawa. Look at that. And here we go out towards the Kadena base there, Ryuku Stormwatch, giving us a live look at what's happening on the base. Really shows you the difference between the immediate coast and even just a mile or two inland. Immediate coast, just inland. Vast difference. So there are these vulnerable areas that are a little bit more exposed and see the highest of the winds here. But these are Cat 1 winds we're seeing here right now. And even if there's not any official sites here, I can tell you, based on what they're showing, this looks pretty wild here. So here's a look at your your current sustained winds. 20 meters, 21 meters per second. All right, we're getting up there. 22. Still severe tropical storm strength sustained winds at all those positions. Let's check Kadena. Last we had was 56 knots. Still got 54. Sustained at tropical storm strength winds. This is definitely the type of wind where you don't want to go outside. For our military friends out there, I hope they're staying inside, staying safe. This is interesting, though. Our live look from Kadena, starting to see some breaks with a little bit of sunshine peeking on through. I think the bottom of this storm is starting to kind of improve for a few spots there, but still ripping. Let's go back to our radar. Hit the refresh button on this. Yeah, that's it right there. And they are located right there. So this is what we're seeing right now in that video from James Reynolds. Make sure you follow them, Earth Uncut TV. They are doing a fantastic job. Crazy Cranker, there is such a good, one thing I respect about YouTube is the YouTube handles. Some really good stuff out here. Last year, we're very lucky all of them stayed south of here. True. First time in 37 years, you're right. Last year, we missed them. And that was kind of my worry with this storm, is that there was a lot of people that kind of new to the island. And yeah, a lot of people kind of new to the island may have not gone through one of these before. Either one of two things was going to happen. They would shrug it off and say, oh, I've been through hurricanes before, I'm fine. Or they are going to panic and over-prepare. And this is definitely one of those storms where you just stay inside, hunker down, don't go outside, and you'll be just fine after it pushes on through. Will, I'll hear saying take a peek at Find Ship app. If it has a GPS, you can see them all. All right, I'll take a quick look at that. I was watching Flight Radar earlier. It's one of my favorite things to do with Flight Radar, because I like seeing if there's anybody flying in the area. For those of you that follow our live streams during storms, you know that there was one of the last ones over the Philippines. There was it was always Cebu Pacific. That is the wild card of the skies out here. Right now we got a HVN. Who's that? That is Vietnam Airlines. We actually had a Vietnam Airlines is challenging Cebu Pacific for just wild cards here, because we had a Vietnam airline fly really close to Okinawa earlier. We got a JAL leaving the Amami Islands. Okay. I thought I was paying for this. I guess not. We got a Singapore airline kind of skirting the outside of this here. See that whole line, though? They are just avoiding that entire area here. Who's this guy? What's your deal? What are you doing there, Star Alliance out of Taipei to LA? Okay. Like, why? I thought, because the icon was pointed that way, and I was thinking, oh yeah, what okay, what's he going on to now? What are you up to? That's interesting. Don't want to be on that plane. We bouncing around here. Real? No. I thought it was my wife coming into the room. Anyways, so yeah, the Singapore Air or this Star Alliance doing a little. I hope that GPS is broken. They aren't just pointing it right at the storm. That's quite interesting, huh? Ryuko boy, I just drove by Kadena Air Base and there was no sunshine. Okay, good to know. I was just looking at the live stream right here, and it does look like some breaks in the cloud cover. But if you're on the ground, you're giving me ground truth reports, I will always take your advice over whatever I say. Will it be rainy the whole week? In Okinawa, no, it's going to drastically improve overnight heading into tomorrow. And what we're seeing here is going to be a whoa, look at this wind gust right now hitting there. Ooh, that is going to be a shell of what we're like. This is going to be drastically improving out here. So I hope that answers your question there, Robin. By tonight into tomorrow morning. But right now, some wild stuff taking place. So make sure you're following Earth Uncut TV. That's where this live stream is coming from. A few trees uprooted, an occasional strong gust, but rain not that heavy, no flooding. Thank you very much, Rook Boy. And you know what? That's what I kind of am guessing is that there's some trees down because I've heard of power outages. And that's usually kind of the culprit. So you get a couple trees knocked over. A lot of the times they're not your deep-rooted trees. They're kind of the smaller ones that get knocked down. What I want to hear, and the dying question, Ryuka Boy, and anybody on the bases out here, the dying question, where are the trampolines? Any of them? Any of them get launched yet? Any of them? How's the chili at Chili's doing? I know that's an old joke for those who've been around for a while. If you know what I'm talking about when I say the chili pepper from Chili's, sound off in the comment section. I'll wait for some people to sound off because I know there's going to be a slew of people who have no idea what I'm talking about. So for the longest time, there's a Chili's, of course, on the Kadena Air Force Base. And it used to have a big old chili. It was just a big old chili on the front of it. It was this big, but it was detached from the building. It wasn't part of the building. And it was always a gauge on if a typhoon was coming or not, or like how serious it is if the chili was taken down and secured off the front of the building. I don't think they have it on anymore, but that was always kind of a running joke for the longest time. It was even in a parade. I remember, it had to have been like 5-6 years ago, maybe longer. Oh my God, am I getting old? That's when you know you're getting old, when you start saying, oh my God, was it 5-6 or was it 10 years ago? It was in a parade because it was just such a big part of kind of the lore of Okinawa and typhoons out here. Jessica saying, not mine, it's flipped upside down. Jessica, you know what? I'm going to give you a gold star. Jessica, if I ever am in Okinawa, I'm going to give you one of our little magnets here. These are my little giveaways. You get one. I'm going to print out one that says trampoline watch on it, and I'll hand these out. And if next time I'm out there, if you see me, ask for one of these because you deserve it if you flipped it over and secured it. Because I guarantee somebody did not do that. But thank you very much for chiming in and letting me know. Really do appreciate that. Good job. Yeah, right now, though, we're taking a look at this rain band. Oof, it is still kicking. I keep on checking James's feed here and at Earth Uncut TV. Make sure you follow him, all right? Give him a watch. He's got some wild video on there right now. That is one of the most exposed areas on the East Coast, though. So he's right out here. You know, he's right on one of these parks. I think he's, if I had to guess, he's right in, nah, he's not there, is he? He's in one of these. Oh, my gosh. I clicked something. He's in one of these spots right here on the coast. Maybe he's here. No. I'm trying to figure out exactly where he is. Is there any parks right in here? Maybe this is it. This looks about right. Because he had a marina right in front of him. and then that car park and those trees and that little table right there. This is where he is. He's at the Yonebaru Marina. Yeah, that's it. So you see this little thing right here, and then we were looking at the car where it's parked, and then he also showed the marina, and there's, yeah, that I'm confident he is there, and we're getting some of that funneling whipping around. So that's a live look at that spot on the southeast coastline there. So that's my guess of where he's at right now. Jessica says we did flip sandbags and hurricane hooks. You put all this. Man, you did good job there, Jessica. Good job out there. And I haven't seen a post about one yet. Me neither. I have not seen. And I'm going for it. I'm joking, but seriously, I'm going for a 0 trampoline casualty event here. That's the military talk, just to kind of say, yeah, let's go for the 0 casualty event with this storm system. Yeah, right now, currently, though, time is 12:26. p.m. Here, so just into the early afternoon in Okinawa Honto. Look at that, whiteout conditions. This is a proper Cat 1 typhoon on the coast. Once we go inland, though, we head out towards Kadena, and it does not look bad. You can see, you notice, though, with our video from Ryuko Stormwatch, doing a great job. Make sure you watch their live feed as well. You kind of see the clouds whipping on by there on the top of the screen. Really good shot there from them, and I can't thank them enough for sharing that feed with us and just keeping that live feed going out there on the base. I'm just did a nice little refresh on the radar. Starting to see some lighter colors on the southern coastline here. That's my hope. Not there yet. Live feed out at the airport still looks nasty. But let's hope we get the rain, the wind backing off soon here on the southern coast, so we can say that we're starting to get some improving conditions. But right now, some of the worst of the weather is currently hitting the east coast of Okinawa. So I hope everybody's staying inside and sheltered down and being safe here. As Will said, there's always at least one that goes airborne. There always is one of those trampolines every single storm system. I'm not one to bet on Poly Market, but if I was, I would say like a good bet would be, is there going to be a trampoline launched in this storm or not, right? But yeah, there's just those winds whipping around. Let's take a look at our latest reports from the Japan Meteorological Agency. Let's see if there's anything new here. I wonder. Naha did report at 11:55, 32.9 meters per second, but that is still below the other report on a different part at the airport of 35.2 meters per second. And at the base, oops. Whoa, okay. 57 knots just reported out there at Kadena. That is 40 knots sustained, 57 knots. I say whoa, isn't it? Like that's actually a really high wind. It actually is a pretty solid wind there. What's 57 knots to kph? It's 115. Let me take a guess here. 105. Why do I keep on overshooting it? I got to get this stuff right here. Steve on here. Been a long time since we worked together. It's Wilson. Oh, Jacob Wilson. Oh, I remember you now. Okay, I'm sorry. You were AG2 at the time. Or AGC. Oh, AGC. Oh, excuse me. Now you're AGC. You were AG2 at the time, right? Yeah. It's been a while. I hope you're doing great out there. That is awesome. It has been a while. I was at C7F. You know what's funny? Let me see. I'm gonna go to a break real quick. I'll be right back. All right, so I was actually just looking for something. I actually have the for C7F the door sign that says Command 7 Fleet Me Talk. It's floating around my office somewhere. It was gonna get thrown out when I left the office. I can't find it. I always do have one of my more prouder moments. So of course the NAM we got for forecasting the radiation fallout following Fukushima Daiichi. It's one of my favorite things back here. So, yeah, that's I got that still out here. But yeah, I'm just looking. That's what went to the break real quick. I was trying to find where that is. As we all know, a lot of people do that. If stuff's getting thrown out, some memorabilia, things like that. It's floating around my office somewhere here, though, and I'm gonna have to find it one of these times here. Oh yeah, cool. I was right about that. Do you suggest I cancel my trip from Robin? I'm not going to suggest anything. I think the weather's going to be improving over the course of the upcoming week, so you should be just fine. Steve Park on here saying ramen in Chantan-cho is the Waffle House of Okinawa. That is funny. That's good stuff there, Steve. So the Tenkaipen, I hope I'm saying it right. Ramen in Chantan is the Waffle House. Hey, we all need a Waffle House. And if you don't know what the Waffle House Index is, look it up. I'm not going to sit here and explain it, but it's hey, we all need a solid Waffle House Index. Taking a look at this radar, though, our storm's still wrapping around. I think Waffle House would be closed right about now. Here's James Reynolds, though, feed out there, and it is whipping across southeastern Okinawa. Live feed from Ryuko Stormwatch, still showing that. But max winds on the base right now, as I mentioned, 57 knots, about 105 kilometers per hour. Actually, I got to remind myself to update that here before I forget. Oh no, we already had a 57 knots or 105 kilometers per hour. There we are. So yeah. But yeah, there, Wilson. So why is your name Steve then? Steve Gear. Yeah, thanks for chiming on here. I'm gonna find the that C7F plaque for the door handle around here somewhere. I also got a coin from the old Admiral floating over here too. Well, some of my best times out there working in Yokosuka. Also Okinawa, when I was out there for a little while, and of course on TV here. Y'all, a lot of you have been following me since those days too. I really do appreciate it. So, how about this? Ben out here says, how many storms do you expect this June? Well, we've already had this is the first one. I would say we'd probably get another one in another week or so, maybe another one after that. So I'm going to say 2 to 3. That's going to be my guess here. So taking a look at our storm system, though, broader view moving off towards the north and east. As I mentioned, there is that potential of another storm system forming up behind this heading into next weekend. Could move across Okinawa. But right now, let's concentrate on the storm we have at hand here as this kicks off. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm kind of talking to myself in circles right now. A wild video from Earth Uncut TV. Let's just jump back over to that real quick. And well, this one's out of Kadena. And then you can see James's video. Woo! It's going. Absolutely cranking out here right now. Let's see what the max winds in 35.2. We're getting up there. All right, I'm going to go put on the loop here for a few minutes. I'll be back in just a bit. Typhoon Mike, is the rainy season started yet? So it is different from the onset of the Bagat. Probably give it about 5 days. They'll officially start it for the Philippines by the end of this week. Just because you need like 5 continuous days of rainfall at a certain amount of stations. Steve says this is a mad typhoon. Yeah, it definitely is an ugly duckling of typhoons. I'm not gonna discredit it because you've seen with that live feed from where you're getting the worst of the weather. It's cranking out there, you know. We're seeing some solid pressure gradient induced winds here coming across the southeast coastline of Okinawa. But as far as typhoons go, it definitely is the ugly duckling of them. Now, with that said, still packing a pretty good punch. Category 1 winds out here. Sage fans asking about the El Nino, and it's going to be a super El Nino, 2 degrees above average. Still on track. No big update on it. Not much of a change. But all the storms, what we've seen so far this season, they turn towards the northeast of the Philippines. All of that is happening as expected, as we're even seeing with this storm system developing and turning towards the north, towards the east of the Philippines. Good question, though. Good question. Do appreciate that. Now I'm trying to find that plaque that I was gonna show you there, and I'm like, it's bothering me. Oh, goodness, it's somewhere over here. My mess behind me. Anyways, yeah, big shout out to everybody who's following along here right now. I'm gonna take a quick break because I've just been talking away for an hour, so I will be back in just a bit. All right, don't go anywhere. friends, welcome back. Just checking in with the latest on our storm system. Actually, I was watching our videographer James Reynolds. Looks like he's heading towards the north now, following along. And actually, I just seen where he left. He's kind of at this intersection right here, right near the Nishihara baseball fields there on the east coast of Okinawa, where they've been kind of filming. And now it looks like he's heading towards the north. So, yeah, this is kind of the area he's at this moment. And he's been showing some pretty sustained Category 1 winds out there. And then now, I mean, you can still see it's kicking along out here along the southeast coast of Okinawa Honto. Typhoon, Mike, yeah, I didn't go anywhere, just give myself a little break, had a little drink here, and I'm going to stay with you guys at least till those winds start to back off on a good portion of the island. But yeah, so Will on here saying typhoons are stronger during high tide or lower tide. Not really. The tides don't make a difference as the strength of them, but high tide will increase the chance of coastal flooding and storm surge, and that's probably where you're kind of getting that thought from out here. But right now, though, yeah, at least severe tropical storm strength winds, gusting definitely, and we have official reports gusting up to typhoon strength. Max wind gusts reported in Yorama there, 39.1 meters per second. That is wild. Actually, you know what? I have to add a new button to my wind reports here because I do not have a Yorama one on here just yet. So I gotta hit pause on this. Let's click this. Boom. All right. So let's and let's go Yorama. All right. So maybe I should zoom in a little bit since I'm getting more and more wind reports. Yorama. Excuse me. Goodness. 39.1 meters per second. That is definitely typhoon strength gust. $76 knots. Woo, hold the phone. 76 knots. Or 140 kilometers per hour. Definitely, that's a solid wind gust right there. That's where we also do have some power outages at this point too. Actually, I did just have a power outage map I was going to share with you guys. Lex looks like he dug this one up. This just shows over about approximately 10,000 people without power in Yorama, Okinawa City. I'm trying to read a couple of these from my terrible Japanese I have. A good portion of central and northern portion of the island, there's a power outage, about 5,000 to 10,000 people. It looks like, on the west coast, though, Chantan area here, around Kadena, really zero power outages reported in some of those spots, but out in Yorama, Okinawa City, it's definitely some of the worst. Now, there are power outages around Naha, too, but it's like less than 1,000. So definitely the southern portion of the island on the east coast is where we're seeing the highest amount of power outages right now, which, yeah, that's the exposed area here in Miyagejima, where those winds are wrapping and around. You see that banding coming on shore. And this is why the eye wall is actually tracking towards the north here, and that's why it looks like James is kind of heading towards the north to try to stay ahead of it and stay with the max of the winds here, because already we're starting to see some improving conditions along the southern coastline. Let's take a look at the airport. Let's see if how it looks out here. It's still pretty messy. And then over in Kadena, it's still looking pretty good. And then, of course, our live feed from James. He's kind of in the worst of it right now, but he's trying to stay with the worst of this weather. So heading towards the north and kind of staying with it here. This guy's been through it all, though, and he's definitely capable of driving through this. But just, I'm sure he's keeping an eye on these power lines as they're kind of dangling in these winds right now, sustained. And we just had those gusts, as I mentioned. up to 140 kilometers per hour. Naha City 35.2. That's the one we had from earlier, so it doesn't look like I have any different changes in the max wind reports out here. So Naha at 68 knots currently, the max wind gust. Kadena at 57, gusting to 105 kilometers per hour. I want to double check that, make sure I haven't had any changes with that. 58 knots. Oh, we did have one gust a little bit higher. We had a 58 knot here. Yeah, all right. All right, just a little bit, but it goes to show, you know, we've justification for that T-core warning. So if anybody wants to complain about the T-core warnings being in place, definitely in place there. Tony says it sounds like a freight train braking out there. Yep, yeah, I bet you. Right now, you're getting that eye wall, and it is a spooky sound when it is hitting. It's definitely it's not pleasant, especially when you're inside. That wind starts getting through cracks there, and oof, it's the spooky, unpleasant sound. Trying to pull up the radar. I'm really, but right now we're next few hours for central and northern areas of the island. The worst of this weather is going to continue to shift off here towards the north, but that big stupid eye is working its way in. I keep on calling it the big stupid eye because it is. It's just this broad circulation that's coming in pretty quickly here. So we're going to start to see some quickly improving conditions in the southern coastline of Okinawa, and then working its way off here towards the north. The worst of the weather currently just past Yorama, which is probably why we have a lot of power outages out there, and we just had the highest winds. So winds seem to be picking up down here in Naha. Do you mean they're going down in Naha? Winds seem to be... You wrote, Will, winds seem to be picking up down here. Oh, down here in Naha. I'm sorry. I need to take a break. Yeah, it could be. You could be at like the final gasp of this before. I mean, there's a live look at Naha, and I believe it. You got a nice little area of convection kicking over, pushing just offshore there right now. So the winds are coming across like Nanjo area, and then the racing. And right now, this is at 12:55 radar scan. Let's refresh it. Yeah, you still got some good convection, but give it a few minutes. And when I say it's improving in southern Okinawa, I'm talking about Itoman area there, but Itoman, not, yeah, Itoman. But in Naha, it's still kind of inside that eye wall there. So it's going to improve soon, trust me. Real soon, you're going to start to see some drastically improving conditions. I see the airport here is still... whipping. Let's see. I wonder if there's a camera on Itoman. Further there towards the south. Huh. Oh, we do have one. Oh, this one's still kicking. Let's see. This is from Okinawa Raigu camera. That's what I got from that. But I typed, yeah, so that's a live look right there. At 1304. Is it already that? Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it's still going there. Woo. That's a pretty good video right there. In Okinawa City, pretty loud wind apartment making weird noises all over. Definitely different from a Florida hurricane. Yeah, it's a different game out there when we get these type of storms. Well, I would stay inside and ride it out, except if you're James there. But yeah, in Okinawa City, I believe you that it is kicking out there right now. Thank you very much, Brunette. 987. Will's on here. Plenty of my neighbor plants rolling down the streets. Oh, no. Still trying to find out if there's any trampolines flying yet. But, yeah, that's not good. Okinawa City's really kind of getting that eye wall here right now too. You see that coming up, pushing across just like this. So you're getting some of those max winds right now. Let's see what Kadena 38 gusting to 50 knots. So tropical storm strength winds right now. Severe tropical storm, if you want to get technical. A live look out at the airport. This is on the southern coastline, Itman. So this is south of Naha, about far south as you can go. Got a live look there. A lot of cameras, a lot of live cams here from different streamers right now. So it's kind of interesting to see. But as I mentioned earlier, if you're jumping on here, a lot of power outages in place, especially Yorama, Okinawa City, kind of the spots where we have the most power outages right now. That's where he just had the what you would call the eye wall of this storm system just hit a few minutes ago. And now kind of starting to see the shift towards the north, and I'm standing by and waiting for this to come on shore and back off those winds pretty quickly once this moves off towards the north. How fast is this moving forward? That's a question I should ask. Let's take a look at the latest update from JMA. Aren't you saying how fast it's moving forward? Come on, guys. Let's see, JDWC, what they're saying. Moving north at about 9 knots, so I wish it was moving faster. That would be nice. They're still calling it a typhoon at JTWC, the hope, but they do have it at 65 knots, so just barely a typhoon, but they're still calling it one. That's kind of interesting. I almost thought they would downgrade it to a severe tropical storm, but given the fact that we are seeing some wind gusts up to typhoon strength right now, I guess it doesn't surprise me. Somebody just passed James on the highway. That was kind of interesting. I was thinking they were only wild nuts out there, and then I just kind of looked up at his stream, and I was like, hold on a second. There's somebody kind of racing him on the road. All right. As long as everybody's being safe. Sure. Let's live look at Kadena. All right. Hey, guys, let me know how you're all doing out here as you're following along with our storm system. Now, the worst of it is here. You're getting those solid typhoon strength wind gusts at this time, and just nasty weather out there right now. So we got the eye wall coming on shore. Taking a look at the radar. The eye is going to be there soon with some vastly improving conditions coming in the next few minutes. So hopefully the southern coast, we start to see those improving conditions, and it's going to work its way off here towards the north. And this is probably one of the cameras we'll see. What's this freaking nut job doing? I'm sorry. That was rude. But seriously, you see this person walking? Are they walking to their car? What are they doing? What are you up to? Okay. Man. And this is when I say, like, people go, well, what are the locals doing? And I'm like, locals aren't always the smartest. And this is the same thing in Florida, too. Let's say you were military and you moved to a Navy base out here in Florida. Don't judge the people that live here and there. Not every community, no matter where you are in the world, has people that just don't listen to the rules and put themselves into danger. So don't judge, because that guy's just walking down the middle of the road there. Thank God there's nothing really blowing around, and the winds haven't really backed off in that spot. But still kicking. Anyways, all right, I'm going to take another break here. We are still going for gusty conditions at this moment across the southern coast of Okinawa, but Like right now, the banding on this storm system's wrapping around, and we're getting the absolute worst of it hitting the island. But it's going to improve here in the next few minutes as the eye of our storm system passes overhead. So let me know if you get any improvements here. He was getting some sake from Family Mart. Will says, yeah. That's good for him. If that's, I would have been past that. That's really what was going on. He was like, man, I ran out of alcohol and I got it. Maybe not sake. I would say he's probably getting a couple solid chew highs or something like that. You know, that's probably the more plausible scenario. Like the winds came down a little bit. I'm going to get my chew high on. Yeah, I'm hoping we get some improving conditions here soon, because once we start getting it in the southern portion of the island, we're going to see this just work its way across and improve for the entire island. We're going to start to see those winds back off a bit. Right now, though, still going strong. But it's coming sooner than later. So I'll jump back on. And as Colton just asked, how long is the typhoon going to be here? Well, in the next few minutes, we're going to start to see the southern coast and then work over the course of the next few hours. The eye is going to work overhead. And this is the big eye, and that's going to drop those winds down by, we're right now, what are we at about 1 p.m., 1:30 p.m.? I would say by 3-4 o'clock, we're going to see these winds drastically decrease for the southern portion of the island of Okinawa here. And then through this evening, there's going to be next to nothing as far as the winds. It'll still be a little breezy. And then the back side's going to happen tonight, but it's going to be nothing like the front side because we have so much dry air intrusion coming in. It's still windy, but by tomorrow morning, the storm's going to be gone and out of here. But in the next few hours, next hour or two, we're going to see some drastically improving conditions as the eye moves on shore, which we are just almost there. We are almost there. Adam is saying, watching from Naha, right by the coast, the wind is definitely getting stronger and louder. Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, I've been watching this kind of area convection just off the coast. You are kind of in that line right before the eye, and you're kind of in what we would call the eye wall. I don't want to call it the eye wall because it's just an ugly storm. And just taking a look at that, but I guess the eye wall would be this big area of convection around it, and it's more of this monsoonal, just sloppy mess. But right now, you're kind of in it. So the good news, you're not going to be in it long if you're out here, Adam. So thanks for chiming in. Will says, I will make my Family Mart trip when the eye is covering. I guarantee they will be open. Fun fact, I was chasing a typhoon out there, and just one time, I think it was like a Cat 2 or 3, windy, and I was on the phone with the Weather Channel, doing a live report, and it was funny because as I was on the phone, I was like, they were like, it's really windy, I can't hear you, and I was right next to a 7-Eleven, stepped inside, and in the background you hear, "Irashimasu!" Like in the middle of the typhoon, they stay open. They stay open no matter what. It was funny. That was a rememberable typhoon chasing moment because I was like, man, I love Japan. You can be in the middle of like a straight up Cat 2, Cat 3, and just step into a 7-Eleven. And the worker, he's just behind the counter, like, this is another day. Another day. I'm good. Yeah. All right. That's a good question, though. The winds are still raking across the central and southern portions of the island. They're going to improve here in the next few minutes, all right? So we're going to start to see some vastly improving conditions in the very near future. As you can see here, I've been talking for a long time. We're coming up in 8 hours, 8 freaking hours of this stream here talking with you guys. So I'm going to take a break. I will be back in just a bit. Hey there, friends. I'm meteorologist Robert Speta. It is currently 1:31 p.m. Japan time, 12:31 in the Philippines. We're tracking, of course, Typhoon Jangmi as it nears landfall here, and the low-level center actually is still well offshore, but we're already starting to see the winds drop along the southern coastline. Actually see here, this is out of Idaman, already starting to see some improving conditions out in that spot there, also over towards the airport. But still windy. I mean, we still got widespread power outages even further towards the north here. And we still got some windy conditions around Miyagi-jima, Okinawa, Chantan, or Yorama, excuse me, have some power outages at this point. And that's kind of some of the spots that we've seen some of the higher wind gusts out there actually at this time. You see here in Kadena, 170 kilometers per hour, 58 knots. Yorama, 76 knots or 140 kilometer per hour. Wind gusts have been reported here. Just had a question from somebody saying, how about Yokosuka area? Big shout out to my old stopping grounds out there in Yokosuka. Wednesday midday, you could be looking at tropical storm strength conditions. Not going to see anything like we've seen down here in Okinawa, but tropical storm strength conditions nonetheless, especially by about midday. You're going to have some funneling kind of wrapping around with the storm system, kind of pushing those winds up between the Sagami-Wan and Chiba prefecture there. So that could actually kick up some pretty decent winds as we look ahead through the day here on Wednesday. So rainfall is going to be an issue, several inches of precipitation, so some ponding out there. I would advise that, some of the lines, especially the KQ line, has a tendency to get some delays, especially once you get closer further towards the south out there in Yorama. Or is it Yorama? They have a good sushi place. I remember always going there. So, yeah, hope that answers your question here, WWW. Yeah, that's kind of the forecast for Yokosuka. Midday Wednesday, probably expect some train delays out there. This is going to be more of a tropical storm at that point. It's going to be moving pretty fast, too, so not a long duration event the further north and east this gets. But right now, though, we're still looking at these impacts out here in Okinawa. Right now, taking kind of what you would call the eye wall of this storm system, passing directly overhead. Here's the deal, though. I wanted to stay with you guys leading up to the kind of when we start to see the eye moving on shore. Just staying with you, answering some questions as those winds begin to pick up. If you want to continue to follow some of the latest updates, be sure to check out Earth Uncut TV. He is streaming live inside the storm. That is his channel I've been bouncing over to right here. Also, if you're curious of what's happening on the base at Kadena, Ryuka Storm Watch has a live feed up there as well. So we got a couple live feeds continuing to track the storm system. I have been streaming live here for 8.5 hours, about 9-10 hours, because I was working on other videos prior to this. So I think I am going to call it a show here pretty soon, now that we have this storm system kind of already moving on shore. right now. I mean, I'm not to say that the winds have backed off. They are not backed off by any means, but it is still just raking the East Coast here. So, yeah, it's rough. So stay inside, stay smart, stay safe. Thank you for everybody who's been following along on this stream. We've had a good number of people come and go and kind of talking with us here with some of the latest information and giving us reports. And also follow Western Pacific Weather on Facebook and me on Facebook, Robert Spetta Weather, if you already are not, because we're always posting stuff there too. There's actually some good videos coming out of the area there being posted there as well. So for now, though, next hour or two, you're going to see those improving conditions moving from south to north across Okinawa. I hope everybody's staying safe. I'll have a new update coming out in a few hours. Maybe not a stream, but I want to make sure, get some of the latest information after this passes on by. And if you have any damage reports or anything like that, send them my way, please, to Robert Spetto Weather on Facebook. It's probably the best bet. Or you can send me an email at Western Pacific Weather. I doubt there's going to be any damage outside of anything superficial like, like road signs, tree limbs, things like that. I haven't seen any reports of, and thank goodness, I haven't seen any reports of trampolines flying yet. But we do have power outages, as we see here with our power outage map. Max winds, though, still, up there at about 120, 130 kilometers per hour. So it's still kicking along here with our storm system. And then don't forget, we could have another storm form up in its wake by next weekend. At the very least, it's going to increase the monsoonal showers here across the Philippines. I hope everyone's staying safe out there today, though. Thanks for following along and listening a little lo-fi here with me, and just kind of staying posted over the course of the last 8.5 hours here on this live stream. This is what I do on my Sunday, on my day off. I sit here and weather geek out with all you guys. So truly, it's not a problem for me. This is what I would like to do with my spare time. But if you want to support the channel and you want to support what we do here, hit that subscribe button, the like button, maybe check out one of the YouTube memberships that we have here, so you can just be kind of part of the team and help out what we continue to do here at Westpac Weather. Big thanks to all of our other members here and everybody else who's chimed in here in the chat, but also people like Lex and Matthew have been posting on our Facebook page throughout the day and will continue to post throughout the rest of this afternoon heading into the evening. Next few hours, those winds are going to back off across Okinawa, and we're going to get into that eye. That's going to be lasting for some time, so make sure you're staying safe. Don't forget the winds can pick up on the back side of it, but there's a lot of dry air on the back side of it, so it's not going to be nearly as bad as we're seeing right now here across Okinawa. So I'm meteorologist Robert Spetta. I'll let the stream play out for a little bit longer, but probably going to end it here in just a bit. So unless something crazy happens, I probably will not be jumping back on. Just got things to do. So for now, signing off here as we watch Typhoon Jangmi make landfall here in Okinawa. Meteorologist Robert Spett, as always, stay safe out there.